Most people imagine cruelty as something obvious. A dictator screaming into a microphone, a criminal with no empathy, a monster who enjoys suffering. But the truth is way more uncomfortable than that. Some of the cruelest decisions in history were made by intelligent people who genuinely believed they were doing the right thing. Not because they were insane. Not because they were born evil, but because the human mind has an incredible ability to protect itself from guilt. And the smarter someone is, the better they often become at doing exactly that. A highly intelligent person can build entire mental systems to explain away behavior that would destroy another person emotionally. They can turn selfishness into logic. They can turn betrayal into necessity. They can turn emotional damage into a lesson someone needed to learn. And the scary part is they usually sound convincing while doing it. You have probably met someone like this before. Maybe they hurt people constantly, but always had an explanation ready. Maybe they manipulated others while presenting themselves as rational and mature. Maybe they never raised their voice or acted emotional, which somehow made their cruelty feel more justified. Because when a person sounds calm and intelligent, people assume they must also be morally correct. That assumption ruins lives. There is a psychological phenomenon called moral rationalization. It happens when people reshape their interpretation of an action so they can continue seeing themselves as good. The brain hates contradiction. If someone sees themselves as intelligent and ethical, but then behaves in a way that causes harm, the mind starts rewriting the story immediately. Not to deceive others at first, but to protect their own identity. This is why intelligent people can become terrifyingly effective at emotional cruelty. They are not reacting emotionally in the moment. They are constructing explanations afterward that remove responsibility from themselves. And because they are intelligent, those explanations become detailed, layered, and difficult to challenge. A person cheats on their partner and tells themselves the relationship was already dying anyway. A corporate executive destroys thousands of lives with one decision and convinces himself it was necessary for efficiency. A parent emotionally crushes their child and calls it discipline. A political leader causes suffering and frames it as sacrifice for the greater good. The human brain can justify almost anything if protecting the ego becomes more important than protecting other people. And intelligence makes that process smoother. There was a famous experiment where ordinary participants were instructed to deliver what they believed were painful electric shocks to another person. Many continued even when they thought the other person was screaming in agony. What shocked researchers was not just obedience. It was how quickly people mentally transferred responsibility away from themselves. They told themselves they were simply following instructions. The moment responsibility became psychologically shared, cruelty became easier. Now imagine someone with exceptional verbal intelligence, emotional control, and social awareness. They can do the same thing while sounding thoughtful and compassionate. They can explain their cruelty in a way that even the victim starts doubting their own pain. That is where this becomes dangerous, because intelligent cruelty rarely looks cruel on the surface. Sometimes it looks like calm logic during an argument. Sometimes it sounds like someone saying they are only being honest. Sometimes it appears as emotional distance presented as maturity. Intelligent people often know how to avoid looking emotional while causing emotional destruction in others. And society rewards that behavior constantly. We praise people for being rational even when their version of rationality has no humanity inside it. There is another darker layer to this. Intelligent people are often better at predicting consequences, which means when they choose cruelty, it can become incredibly precise. They know exactly what to say, exactly what insecurity to target, exactly how far to push someone without appearing guilty afterward. And because they understand psychology, they can often manipulate perception itself. They know that if they stay calm while the other person becomes emotional, observers will usually side with them. They know that using complicated language can make simple abuse harder to identify. They know that confidence is often mistaken for truth. This is why some of the most psychologically damaging people are not impulsive at all. They are calculated. But here is the part nobody wants to admit. Most people do this on a smaller scale every single day. Not extreme cruelty, but tiny acts of rationalized selfishness. Ignoring someone who needed help because we were tired, speaking harshly because we felt insecure, judging someone unfairly because it protected our ego, then immediately creating explanations that make our behavior feel acceptable. The mind is constantly editing reality to preserve identity. And when someone becomes deeply attached to the idea that they are intelligent, they often become even more defensive about being morally wrong, because admitting cruelty would threaten the image they built of themselves. So instead of changing behavior, they improve the explanation. That is why some highly intelligent people never grow emotionally. Their intelligence becomes armor. Every criticism gets analyzed away. Every consequence becomes someone else's misunderstanding. Every emotional wound they create gets reframed as weakness in the victim. And over time, they stop seeing people as human beings with emotions. They start seeing people as systems to manage. That is the real dark side of intelligence without self-awareness. Not arrogance, not manipulation, but the ability to commit harmful acts while maintaining a completely clean self-image. Because once a person can convince themselves they are still good no matter what they do, there is almost no limit to what they can justify. There is a feeling people almost never admit out loud. It appears fast, disappears fast, and the moment it happens, most people immediately hide it even from themselves. Someone you secretly envy loses everything. A successful person gets exposed. A coworker who acted superior suddenly fails in public. And for one tiny moment, something inside you feels good. Not proud, not joyful, just relieved. That reaction disturbs people because it collides with the image they have of themselves. We want to believe we are compassionate, mature, emotionally evolved. So when another person's failure creates satisfaction instead of sympathy, the brain instantly tries to clean it up. We tell ourselves they deserved it. We say karma finally caught up to them. We frame it as justice instead of pleasure. But underneath all those explanations is something much darker and much more human. The human mind constantly measures status, constantly compares, constantly scans for where we stand in relation to everyone around us. Even people who claim they do not care about status still react emotionally to social comparison because the brain evolved inside tribes where position mattered for survival. Higher status meant more protection, more resources, more influence, more chances of being valued. Falling behind socially did not just hurt emotionally thousands of years ago. It threatened survival itself. That wiring never disappeared. It simply adapted to modern life. Now status is hidden inside followers, money, attention, attractiveness, intelligence, achievements, and social approval. Every time someone succeeds in an area where we feel insecure, the brain quietly interprets it as evidence of our own insufficiency, not consciously. Most people never think these exact thoughts directly, but emotionally, the comparison still happens. And this is where things get uncomfortable. When someone above us falls, the pressure of comparison temporarily disappears. The brain experiences relief because the hierarchy feels corrected again. Suddenly, we feel less behind, less inadequate, less invisible. Psychologists call this Schadenfreude, a German word describing pleasure derived from another person's misfortune. But the word itself sounds cleaner than the reality of it. Because this reaction is not rare, it is deeply embedded in human psychology. Researchers found that people experience stronger Schadenfreude toward individuals they envy, resent, or perceive as arrogant. The emotional reward becomes stronger when the person represented a threat to self-esteem. In brain scans, regions associated with reward and satisfaction actually activate when participants observe certain disliked individuals experiencing failure. Think about how disturbing that really is. The brain can treat another human being's suffering as emotional compensation. And social media made this instinct explode. Every day, people watch strangers present perfect lives, perfect relationships, perfect vacations, perfect bodies, perfect careers. Even when we consciously know those images are curated, the emotional comparison still affects us. The brain keeps score anyway. So when one of those people gets humiliated online, exposed publicly, or loses status somehow, millions become addicted to watching the collapse. Not because they care about truth, because psychologically, it feels satisfying. That is why public downfalls spread faster than success stories. Human beings are magnetically drawn toward watching powerful people lose power. It creates emotional equilibrium. The audience suddenly feels elevated without having to improve their own lives. And the frightening part is how easily morality bends during these moments. People who normally speak about kindness suddenly become vicious when someone socially approved to hate becomes vulnerable. They mock. They celebrate. They dehumanize, all while convincing themselves they are still morally righteous because the target somehow deserved it. But enjoyment of failure is rarely about justice alone. It is usually personal insecurity wearing the mask of morality. A struggling person may secretly resent someone confident because confidence reminds them of what they lack. A lonely person may resent happy couples because love highlights their emotional emptiness. A person stuck financially may resent visible success because it forces confrontation with their own frustration. And instead of processing those emotions honestly, the mind searches for emotional relief through comparison. If I cannot rise, at least someone else can fall. That thought exists in more people than anyone wants to admit. Even friendships are not immune to this. Some people unconsciously prefer friends who are slightly less attractive, less successful, less confident, because the relationship feels psychologically safer. The moment that friend starts improving rapidly, tension quietly appears. Support becomes thinner. Energy changes, not always because of hatred, but because comparison anxiety enters the relationship. People like to believe envy looks dramatic and obvious. Usually it looks subtle, passive, polite, hidden under smiles and encouragement. And intelligent people are often even better at disguising it. They transform envy into criticism. They call someone shallow for enjoying attention. They dismiss ambition as narcissism. They frame another person's success as luck or privilege instead of effort because acknowledging merit would force them to confront their own dissatisfaction. The ego protects itself constantly. But here is what makes this psychology truly dangerous. The more people consume failure as entertainment, the less human other people become. Eventually, public humiliation turns into a sport. Online mobs form instantly. One mistake becomes an identity. One bad moment becomes permanent entertainment for strangers starving for emotional release. And deep down, many participants are not motivated by justice at all. They are motivated by relief. Relief that for once, someone else is beneath them. That emotional high can become addictive because it temporarily silences insecurity without requiring self-reflection. But it never lasts. The brain always finds a new comparison, a new person to resent, a new downfall to consume. Because envy unresolved never disappears after someone else falls. It only sleeps for a moment, then returns again. And maybe the darkest part of all is this. Most people think they would never enjoy another person's suffering. But if the right person failed publicly tomorrow, someone arrogant enough, beautiful enough, successful enough, privileged enough, disliked enough, millions of people would suddenly gather around the collapse, pretending they were there for morality, while secretly feeding something much deeper inside themselves. Something ancient, something insecure, something painfully human. The most dangerous lie people believe about evil is that it belongs to other kinds of humans. Monsters, psychopaths, criminals, people who were somehow born different from the rest of society. That belief feels comforting because it creates distance. It allows ordinary people to imagine they could never cross certain lines, never become cruel, never participate in something horrific. History keeps proving otherwise. Some of the worst acts ever committed were not carried out by obviously evil people. They were carried out by ordinary individuals with jobs, families, routines, insecurities, fears, and social pressure. People who looked normal. People who probably thought they were decent human beings, right until the moment they became part of something terrible. That is what makes this topic disturbing. Evil rarely begins with bloodshed or violence. It begins with permission. Psychologically, human beings are far more influenced by environment than they want to admit. Most people imagine morality as fixed, like a permanent internal compass that always points toward good. But morality is shockingly fragile under pressure. Change the social conditions, change authority structures, change fear levels, change group identity, and behavior can transform frighteningly fast. There was a famous psychological experiment where participants believed they were helping with a study about learning and punishment. They were instructed to deliver electric shocks to another person every time that person answered incorrectly. The shocks increased gradually. At first, people hesitated. They looked uncomfortable, nervous, but many continued anyway, even when they believed the other person was screaming in pain. Not because they enjoyed suffering, because authority told them to continue. That is the terrifying part. Most people imagine evil people as sadistic. In reality, many harmful acts are committed by people trying to avoid conflict, obey systems, fit into groups, or protect themselves socially. The desire to belong is so powerful that it can override personal conscience. Human beings fear social rejection almost instinctively because for most of human history isolation meant death. So when an entire group begins normalizing cruelty, resistance suddenly feels dangerous. This is why ordinary people can slowly adapt to behavior that once horrified them. The brain adjusts incrementally. One compromise becomes easier after the previous one. Language changes first. People stop describing victims as fully human. They become outsiders, threats, problems, weaknesses. numbers instead of individuals. And once empathy weakens, behavior changes with it. Psychologists call this moral disengagement. It is the process where people disconnect their actions from ethical responsibility. Instead of seeing themselves as causing harm, they see themselves as serving a purpose. Following orders, protecting stability, defending their side. That mental shift is enough to unlock behavior many people thought they were incapable of. One of the darkest truths about human psychology is that people become more cruel when responsibility feels shared. Alone, someone may hesitate. Inside a crowd, hesitation dissolves. The mind spreads accountability across the group until nobody feels fully responsible anymore. You can see this everywhere. Online mobs destroying someone's life, while each individual participant tells themselves they only made one comment. Soldiers committing acts they would never commit alone, because everyone around them normalized it. Employees participating in unethical systems because refusing would threaten their position. Entire populations staying silent because speaking up feels risky. Evil grows fastest in environments where responsibility becomes blurry, and fear accelerates everything. Fear changes the brain dramatically. When people feel threatened economically, socially, politically, or physically, they become far more willing to accept cruelty if it promises safety. Fear narrows empathy. It pushes people toward tribal thinking. Us versus them becomes emotionally addictive because it simplifies uncertainty. Once people believe another group threatens their survival, morality becomes negotiable. History has shown this repeatedly. Ordinary citizens who once lived peacefully beside neighbors suddenly become capable of supporting violence once fear and propaganda reshape perception. Not overnight, slowly, through repetition, through emotional conditioning, through constant narratives about danger and enemies. The human mind adapts to almost anything if exposed long enough. And intelligent people are not immune to this process. Sometimes they become even more dangerous because intelligence helps justify harmful behavior more efficiently. They create ideological explanations, rational frameworks, complex moral arguments that transform cruelty into necessity. That is why some of history's greatest atrocities were organized systematically by educated people, not chaotic maniacs. The scariest humans are often not emotional monsters. They are calm believers. People convinced they are doing what must be done. But maybe the darkest part of all is this. Most people already have small experiences with these psychological mechanisms every day. Laughing at someone because the group is laughing. Staying silent when someone is humiliated because speaking up feels uncomfortable. Treating certain strangers with less empathy because society subtly taught us they matter less. Tiny moments, tiny compromises. That is how moral erosion begins, not with dramatic evil, with repeated surrender of personal responsibility. The brain always searches for ways to avoid guilt. If everybody around us approves something, it becomes easier to silence internal discomfort. Social proof is incredibly powerful. Humans trust the behavior of groups more than they trust private conscience, far more often than they realize. And once people emotionally merge their identity with a group, they can justify almost anything in defense of it. Political groups, religious groups, national groups, online communities, ideologies. The individual conscience slowly dissolves into collective identity. At that point, cruelty stops feeling cruel. It starts feeling necessary. That is why evil does not always announce itself looking horrifying. Sometimes it arrives looking organized, logical, patriotic, disciplined, even moral. Sometimes the people participating genuinely believe They are protecting the world from danger, which is exactly why ordinary humans become capable of things they once thought only monsters could do. Because under the right conditions, the line between ordinary behavior and unimaginable cruelty is far thinner than anyone wants to believe. Power changes people long before they realize it. Not always in dramatic ways at first. Sometimes it starts with tiny emotional shifts so subtle they feel harmless. A person notices that others listen more carefully when they speak. Someone experiences what it feels like to influence emotions, decisions, or behavior. A manager realizes employees become nervous around them. A partner discovers they can control the emotional temperature of a relationship just by withdrawing attention. And something inside the brain remembers that feeling. Because power does not only change social situations, it chemically rewards the mind. Control creates psychological pleasure. It reduces uncertainty. It creates predictability. It gives the brain a sense of safety and significance at the same time. For many people, especially those who once felt powerless, that emotional reward becomes deeply addictive. That is where things begin to darken. Most people think addiction only applies to substances, alcohol, drugs, nicotine, but human beings can become addicted to emotional states too. Validation, attention, dominance, superiority, and power combines all of them into one intoxicating experience. The frightening part is how quickly the brain adapts to it. At first, small amounts of control feel satisfying. Then the mind normalizes it. What once felt powerful becomes ordinary, so the person unconsciously seeks stronger forms of influence to recreate the same emotional reward. More authority, more obedience, more emotional dependency from others. This pattern appears everywhere once you notice it. A romantic partner starts becoming possessive, not because they consciously want to destroy someone, but because control over another person's attention makes them feel emotionally secure. A boss slowly becomes cruel because giving orders and watching people comply creates a subconscious feeling of superiority. A political leader becomes obsessed with loyalty because disagreement starts feeling psychologically threatening. Power does something dangerous to perception. It slowly separates people from empathy. Researchers discovered that when individuals feel powerful, activity related to perspective taking often decreases. In simple terms, the more power someone experiences, the less naturally they imagine the emotional reality of other people. The brain starts focusing more on goals, outcomes, and personal control than human connection. This is why powerful people sometimes say unbelievably insensitive things while appearing genuinely confused about why others are upset. Their internal world changed gradually. They stopped emotionally experiencing others as equal participants and started experiencing them as variables. And once people become emotionally detached from others, control becomes easier to justify. That is when the addiction deepens. Because power creates emotional convenience. A person no longer needs to negotiate equally. They no longer need vulnerability. They can influence outcomes through fear, status, money, manipulation, intimidation, or emotional dependency instead. The brain loves efficiency, especially when it benefits the ego. One of the most dangerous aspects of power is that it often feels morally correct to the person holding it. Humans naturally associate control with competence. If others obey us, the brain interprets that as evidence we deserve authority. Over time, this creates a distorted feedback loop where power itself starts feeling like proof of superiority. And the more superior someone feels, the easier it becomes to rationalize harmful behavior. History is filled with examples of leaders who slowly transformed from admired figures into psychologically corrupted ones. Not always because they began evil, but because constant control over others reshaped their reality. When nobody challenges someone honestly anymore, self-awareness starts collapsing. The person begins living inside a psychological echo chamber where their desires feel increasingly justified. That is why unchecked power becomes so dangerous. Not because humans are naturally evil, because humans adapt terrifyingly fast to environments where they stop facing consequences. Even small amounts of authority can trigger this shift. Studies showed that people randomly assigned positions of authority in simulated environments quickly became more controlling and sometimes humiliating toward others, despite knowing the situation was artificial. The role itself altered behavior. Now imagine real life where status affects income, survival, relationships, reputation, and identity. The psychological pull becomes much stronger. And here is the darkest part. People who feel powerless are often the most vulnerable to becoming addicted to power once they finally taste it. Someone ignored their whole life may become obsessed with dominance after gaining status. Someone emotionally controlled as a child may unconsciously repeat the same behavior in adulthood because controlling others now feels emotionally protective. Pain that is never healed often returns as control. That is why cycles of abuse repeat across generations. A person who once felt helpless discovers the emotional relief of being the one in control instead. And because the brain associates control with safety, surrendering that power later feels emotionally threatening. The addiction is not always obvious cruelty. Sometimes it looks like needing constant validation, constant obedience, constant influence over how others think and behave. The person becomes emotionally dependent on control itself because without it they feel vulnerable again. Social media intensified this psychology massively. Millions of people now experience tiny bursts of power daily through attention, outrage, followers, public approval, and online influence. Humans were never psychologically designed to manage constant social feedback at this scale. Even temporary influence can start reshaping identity. People become addicted to feeling seen, obeyed, feared, or emotionally impactful. And once someone becomes dependent on that feeling, they will often do almost anything to maintain it. That is why powerful people sometimes self-destruct in shocking ways. The addiction eventually overrides judgment. The person stops protecting truth and starts protecting control. They silence criticism, manipulate perception, punish disobedience, rewrite reality around themselves. Not because they consciously think I am becoming corrupted, because psychologically, losing power now feels like losing part of themselves. That is what makes power so psychologically dangerous. It rarely feels toxic while it is happening. It feels deserved. It feels natural. It feels good. And the human mind will always struggle to give up something that makes it feel larger, safer, and more important than everyone else around it. A person standing alone can be thoughtful, calm, even compassionate. That same person inside a crowd can become almost unrecognizable within minutes. That transformation is one of the darkest patterns in human psychology. Because when people imagine dangerous crowds, they usually picture angry mobs already filled with violent individuals. But real crowds are often made of ordinary people. Students, workers, parents, friends, people who individually seem completely normal. Yet once they become part of a large emotional group, morality can collapse with terrifying speed, and most people have no idea how vulnerable they are to it. The strange thing about crowds is that they do not just influence behavior, they alter identity itself. The moment human beings feel absorbed into a collective, the brain starts shifting psychologically. Individual responsibility weakens. Personal accountability blurs. Emotional intensity spreads rapidly between people almost like a virus. This is why crowds can become emotionally contagious so fast. One person shouts, another reacts, fear spreads, anger spreads, excitement spreads. Soon individuals stop processing events carefully and start reacting to the emotional atmosphere around them instead. The group becomes its own psychological organism, and inside that organism, morality changes. Researchers studying crowd psychology found something disturbing. People become more impulsive and less self-aware when they feel anonymous inside a group. This is called de-individuation. The individual mind starts dissolving into the collective experience. A person no longer feels fully seen as an individual, which reduces internal restraint. That is why people inside crowds often do things they would never do alone. Scream at strangers, destroy property, humiliate people publicly, become violent, record suffering instead of helping. The social environment creates psychological permission. Responsibility feels shared across hundreds or thousands of people, so guilt weakens dramatically. The brain tells itself everyone else is doing it too. That sentence alone has justified some of humanity's darkest moments. And the frightening part is how quickly the transition happens. Crowds do not slowly lose morality over weeks. Sometimes it happens within seconds because emotional synchronization is deeply wired into human survival instincts. For ancient humans, aligning emotionally with the tribe increased chances of survival. If everyone panicked and ran, hesitation could mean death. If everyone united against a threat, belonging to the group increased protection. That instinct still exists inside modern humans, which means once a crowd emotionally defines something as dangerous, offensive, or threatening, individual critical thinking starts shutting down. The desire to stay aligned with the group becomes stronger than the desire to remain morally consistent. You can see this constantly online now. A public figure makes one mistake. Within hours, millions gather digitally around the situation. At first, some criticism may be reasonable. Then emotional escalation begins. People compete to sound more outraged, more morally certain, more aggressive, and suddenly individuals who normally speak about kindness are participating in mass humiliation without hesitation. Because crowds create emotional permission structures. When enough people attack someone simultaneously, cruelty starts feeling acceptable, even righteous. That is one of the darkest psychological shifts crowds produce. They convince individuals that harm becomes moral if enough people approve of it together. And once people feel morally justified, cruelty escalates frighteningly fast. History repeatedly shows this pattern. Public executions once attracted cheering audiences. Genocides were often supported by ordinary populations emotionally swept into collective fear and hatred. Riots transform normal citizens into destructive participants within hours. Not always because each individual suddenly became evil, but because collective identity overwhelmed personal conscience. Inside a crowd, people stop asking themselves, is this right? They start asking, do I belong? That shift changes everything. The human brain fears social rejection intensely. Being excluded from the group triggers deep psychological discomfort because isolation historically threatened survival. So when a crowd moves emotionally in one direction, resisting it becomes incredibly difficult. Speaking against the group risks becoming the next target. Most people underestimate how much fear controls moral silence. Even individuals who internally disagree often stay quiet because the emotional pressure of collective anger feels overwhelming, and silence inside crowds has consequences. The fewer people resist publicly, the more normal the behavior appears. Soon even extreme actions begin feeling emotionally justified because nobody interrupts the momentum. Crowds also simplify morality into something dangerously primitive. Complex human beings become symbols instead of individuals. Nuance disappears. Context disappears. The crowd emotionally divides the world into heroes and enemies because simplicity fuels collective emotion more efficiently than truth does. Once someone becomes labeled as the enemy, empathy collapses rapidly. And without empathy, people become capable of horrifying behavior while still perceiving themselves as good. That is why crowd cruelty often feels morally clean to the participants. They are not experiencing themselves as villains. They are experiencing themselves as defenders of the group, protectors of justice, loyal members of a collective identity. The crowd rewards conformity emotionally, approval, belonging, shared outrage, shared purpose. These experiences activate powerful psychological rewards inside the brain. People feel connected, energized, emotionally certain. That certainty becomes addictive. Because individual thinking is exhausting, doubt is uncomfortable, moral ambiguity creates anxiety. Crowds remove all of that by replacing uncertainty with emotional unity. The group decides what is acceptable so individuals no longer carry the burden of thinking independently. That is why intelligent people are not immune either. Education does not eliminate tribal psychology. Highly intelligent individuals can become completely consumed by collective emotion if the group aligns with their identity strongly enough. In some cases, intelligence makes it worse because smarter people become better at rationalizing the crowd's behavior afterward. And maybe the most terrifying truth is this. Almost nobody believes they would lose themselves in a crowd until it actually happens. People imagine moral collapse as dramatic and obvious, but usually it feels gradual, emotional, social, human. A person laughs because everyone else is laughing, joins in because staying silent feels uncomfortable, stops questioning because questioning isolates them. Then suddenly they are participating in something they once believed they would never support. That is how crowds erase morality, not by removing humanity completely, but by replacing individual conscience with collective emotion until people stop seeing themselves as individuals at all. Most people do not want equality as much as they think they do. They want comfort. They want respect. They want fairness when they feel powerless. But buried underneath all of that, inside places most people never examine honestly, there is often another desire quietly waiting for the right conditions to emerge. The desire to dominate. Not always physically. Not always aggressively. Sometimes domination appears in subtle forms that society barely notices. The need to control conversations, the need to always be right, the satisfaction of making someone feel small, the pleasure of emotional superiority, the enjoyment of having influence over another person's confidence, attention, choices, or self-worth. And what makes this dangerous is that many people experience these impulses while still believing they are deeply kind human beings. Because domination rarely feels cruel from the inside. Usually it feels justified. Human beings are intensely status-aware creatures. Every social interaction contains invisible negotiations of power. Who leads? Who follows? Who gets attention? Who gets interrupted? Who feels confident? Who feels intimidated? Most of this happens subconsciously. The brain constantly scans social environments looking for position because status historically affected survival. People with higher status had more protection, more access to resources, and more influence inside the tribe. That ancient wiring still operates today, even though modern life looks different on the surface. This is why power dynamics appear almost everywhere. Friendships, relationships, workplaces, families, online communities. Someone usually wants more control than they admit, and often the desire becomes strongest in people who once felt powerless. A child constantly humiliated grows up craving authority. Someone ignored socially becomes obsessed with recognition. A person controlled emotionally begins seeking relationships where they hold the power instead. Pain frequently mutates into domination because controlling others temporarily protects people from feeling vulnerable again. That transformation happens quietly. At first, someone simply wants respect. Then respect becomes obedience. Then obedience becomes emotional dependency. Eventually, the person no longer feels safe unless they are psychologically above others somehow. And because domination can feel emotionally protective, the brain rewards it. Think about how satisfying it feels for some people to win arguments they did not even care about originally, or how certain individuals constantly correct others publicly, or how some partners subtly test boundaries to see how much influence they have over someone emotionally. Those moments are not always about logic. Sometimes they are about hierarchy. The human ego loves evidence of superiority because superiority creates temporary relief from insecurity. If someone else appears weaker, less confident, less intelligent, or more dependent, the brain experiences a subtle emotional elevation. That is why humiliation can become addictive for certain people. Not because they consciously enjoy cruelty itself, but because reducing another person psychologically increases their own feeling of significance. The emotional reward becomes tied to control, and intelligent people often become especially skilled at this. They may never yell or threaten openly. Instead, they dominate through language, emotional manipulation, social influence, silence, or intellectual superiority. They learn how to control environments without appearing controlling. Sometimes they even convince themselves they are helping while slowly eroding another person's autonomy. That is one of the darkest parts of domination. It often disguises itself as care. An overprotective parent controlling every aspect of a child's life while calling it love. A partner isolating someone emotionally while claiming concern. A leader demanding loyalty while framing it as unity. The need for control frequently hides behind morally acceptable language, because openly admitting the desire to dominate would threaten a person's self-image. So the mind creates cleaner explanations. There is also a biological layer to this that people rarely talk about honestly. Human beings often experience neurochemical rewards when they gain status or influence. Winning social battles, receiving submission from others, or increasing social dominance can trigger pleasurable emotional states tied to dopamine and validation systems inside the brain. In simple terms, dominance can literally feel good, and anything that feels rewarding can become psychologically addictive. That is why some people slowly escalate controlling behavior over time. What once satisfied them no longer creates the same emotional effect. Small influence becomes normal. They begin needing stronger forms of control to maintain the same internal feeling of security or superiority. This is how manipulation evolves gradually. A person starts by influencing small decisions, then emotional reactions, then identity itself, Over time, they begin shaping how another person thinks, dresses, behaves, or perceives reality. Not always consciously. Sometimes the controlling person genuinely believes they know better, which is exactly what makes domination so dangerous. It rarely announces itself as domination. It feels reasonable while it is happening. History reflects this pattern constantly. Entire political systems have been built around the psychological pleasure of superiority. Groups convincing themselves they are more intelligent, more civilized, more moral, more worthy than others. Once people emotionally attach themselves to superiority, cruelty becomes easier to justify because the victims stop feeling fully equal. Domination always begins with psychological separation, us above them, and social media intensified this instinct dramatically. Every platform became a giant status arena where people compete for attention, influence, moral superiority, and validation constantly. Many are no longer communicating to connect. They are communicating to dominate socially, to appear smarter, better, more righteous, more admired. Even outrage often contains hidden domination psychology. Public humiliation gives people temporary power over others. One viral moment can allow millions to collectively feel superior to a stranger they have never met. That emotional high is real. But maybe the darkest truth is this: the desire to dominate does not only exist in dictators, narcissists, or abusers. It exists quietly inside ordinary human beings far more often than anyone wants to admit. Most people simply never gain enough power for those impulses to fully reveal themselves, because the human mind does not only crave love and belonging. Part of it also craves control. Part of it wants to feel above vulnerability, above weakness, above other people. Fear can turn a good person into someone they no longer recognize. Not instantly. Not like in movies where morality suddenly disappears in one dramatic moment. Real psychological change happens slower and far more quietly. A person becomes afraid, then uncertain, then defensive, and little by little, the brain starts changing the rules it once believed were permanent. That is the terrifying thing about fear. It does not just influence behavior. It rewires morality itself. Most people like to imagine their values are stable. That, no matter what happens, they would still remain fair, compassionate, rational. But neuroscience shows something deeply uncomfortable. When fear becomes intense enough, survival systems inside the brain begin overpowering ethical reflection. The mind shifts priority from what is right to what feels safe. And once safety becomes the highest value, morality becomes negotiable. You can see this happen in ordinary life constantly. A calm person becomes cruel during financial panic. A loving parent becomes controlling after losing trust. A community becomes hostile after hearing repeated warnings about threats. Fear narrows perception until protecting ourselves starts feeling more urgent than understanding others. That narrowing effect changes everything. When the brain detects danger, the amygdala becomes highly active. Stress hormones flood the body. Attention sharpens toward possible threats. In ancient environments, this response kept humans alive. But in modern life, the brain often reacts to social fear, economic fear, political fear, or emotional fear using the exact same survival machinery. The problem is that survival mode reduces empathy. The brain becomes less interested in nuance and more interested in protection. People start dividing the world into safe and dangerous, loyal and threatening, us and them. Once that psychological split happens, behavior that once felt immoral can suddenly feel necessary. That is how fear slowly corrupts moral boundaries. History demonstrates this repeatedly. Entire populations that once valued freedom begin supporting oppression after enough fear spreads through society. Ordinary citizens tolerate cruelty if they believe it will restore security. Governments gain extreme power during periods of panic because frightened people become psychologically willing to trade morality for protection. Fear changes what people are willing to accept, and propaganda understands this perfectly. The fastest way to reshape human behavior is not through logic. It is through sustained fear. Repeated messages about danger alter emotional perception over time. Once people feel constantly threatened, they stop evaluating information carefully. Emotional survival becomes more important than truth itself. That is why frightened societies often become more aggressive, more tribal, and more authoritarian, because fear makes certainty emotionally addictive. A frightened brain hates ambiguity. It wants clear enemies, clear answers, clear protection. Anyone offering simplicity during fear becomes psychologically attractive, even if their solutions are cruel. Complex morality feels exhausting when survival emotions dominate the nervous system. This is why people sometimes support actions during fearful periods that they later look back on with disbelief. The fear changed their emotional priorities. And this process happens personally too, not just politically. A person betrayed in relationships may become emotionally cold because vulnerability now feels dangerous. Someone humiliated publicly may start controlling others to avoid feeling powerless again. A parent terrified of losing their child may become suffocatingly protective while convincing themselves it is love. Fear constantly disguises itself as logic. That is what makes it dangerous. Most frightened people do not feel irrational while fear is controlling them. They feel justified, protective, responsible. The brain creates explanations for behavior after the emotional survival system already made the decision. Researchers found that fear significantly increases conformity and obedience. When humans feel uncertain or threatened, they become more likely to follow authority figures and group behavior because collective certainty feels psychologically safer than independent thinking. This is one reason fear spreads so efficiently through crowds. One frightened person influences another. Anxiety becomes collective. Soon entire groups start reacting emotionally instead of rationally. Under enough fear, people stop asking, "Is this ethical?" and start asking, "Will this protect us?" That single shift has justified countless acts of cruelty throughout history, and intelligent people are not immune. In fact, intelligence often becomes a tool for rationalizing fear-based morality more elegantly. Smart individuals create sophisticated explanations for prejudice, control, aggression, or exclusion while still perceiving themselves as ethical people. The human mind is extremely skilled at turning fear into moral permission. Once someone believes another group threatens their safety, empathy weakens rapidly. The brain starts perceiving the target less as individual human beings and more as symbolic dangers. Fear emotionally flattens complexity. It removes humanity from whoever becomes associated with the threat. That is why fear and dehumanization almost always appear together, and social media amplified this process massively. Fear now spreads faster than at any point in human history because human attention is naturally drawn toward danger. Algorithms reward emotional intensity, meaning outrage and panic travel further than calm reflection ever could. People consume fear daily now. Fear about crime, fear about politics, fear about economic collapse, fear about social rejection, fear about being left behind. The nervous system was never designed for nonstop psychological threat exposure. Over time, chronic fear changes personality itself. People become more reactive, more suspicious, more emotionally defensive. Compassion starts feeling risky because trust itself begins to feel dangerous. And maybe the darkest part is this. Fear often feels morally righteous. A frightened person usually believes they are protecting something valuable. Their family, their identity, their future, their survival. That emotional conviction makes self-examination extremely difficult, because admitting fear distorted morality would mean confronting the possibility that harmful actions were not necessary after all. Most people would rather defend their fear than question it, because questioning fear requires vulnerability, and vulnerability feels terrifying to a mind obsessed with survival. That is how fear rewires morality, not by making humans lose all conscience completely, but by convincing them that under certain conditions, conscience itself becomes a luxury they can no longer afford. People say they want peace, stability, and happiness, and consciously most of them do. But human behavior tells a stranger story underneath the surface. Again and again, people move toward drama they claim to hate. They stay in destructive relationships. They provoke conflict unnecessarily. They obsess over disasters, scandals, violence, collapse, and emotional turmoil. Even when life becomes calm, many eventually create problems on their own. As if part of the mind becomes uncomfortable when things are too stable. That contradiction reveals something dark about human psychology. Chaos stimulates people. Not always because they enjoy suffering directly, but because destruction awakens emotional intensity, and the human brain is deeply addicted to intensity. Calmness sounds beautiful in theory, but psychologically, calmness can also feel emotionally empty to a nervous system conditioned by stress, competition, fear, and stimulation. Many people do not realize how much of their identity was built around emotional survival. So when life becomes peaceful, the brain experiences something unfamiliar: silence, and silence forces confrontation with the self. That is why some people unconsciously sabotage stability. A healthy relationship feels boring after years of toxic emotional highs. Financial security creates anxiety instead of relief because struggle became psychologically familiar. Peaceful routines start feeling emotionally flat because the nervous system adapted to chaos as normal. The human brain does not only seek happiness, it seeks familiarity. Even painful familiarity can feel safer than unfamiliar peace. Researchers studying trauma discovered something disturbing. People exposed to chronic stress or emotional instability often become neurologically conditioned to heightened emotional states. Stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline stop feeling abnormal. The body adapts to chaos chemically. Over time, calm environments may actually trigger discomfort because the nervous system interprets stillness as suspicious. This explains why some people repeatedly recreate destructive situations without fully understanding why. Part of them is unconsciously trying to return to a familiar emotional environment, and modern society feeds this instinct constantly. Look at what captures mass attention most effectively: scandal, violence, collapse, outrage, catastrophe. Human attention is magnetically pulled toward destruction because the brain evolved to prioritize threat and emotional intensity. Dangerous information mattered for survival, so negative stimulation naturally grabs attention more aggressively than peace ever will. That ancient wiring now operates inside a digital world where chaos is constantly available. People refresh news feeds looking for disaster, scroll endlessly through conflict online, become emotionally energized by outrage, Entire industries profit from keeping human beings psychologically overstimulated because emotional intensity keeps people engaged. And over time, many become unconsciously dependent on it. That is why peaceful moments often feel temporary to people. Some part of the brain starts waiting for disaster automatically, waiting for betrayal, waiting for conflict, waiting for collapse. In psychologically unstable environments, expecting chaos becomes a survival strategy. But eventually survival patterns become personality traits. A person who grew up around emotional volatility may unconsciously associate love with instability. Someone raised in unpredictable environments may struggle to trust calm situations because calmness feels emotionally foreign. The brain starts confusing intensity with meaning. That confusion changes human behavior profoundly. People chase relationships that hurt them because pain feels emotionally alive. They provoke arguments because emotional conflict temporarily removes numbness. They become addicted to social outrage because anger creates stimulation and certainty at the same time. Even self-destruction can become psychologically rewarding in strange ways. There is a reason humans are fascinated by watching things fall apart. Buildings collapsing, empires collapsing, celebrities collapsing, relationships collapsing. Destruction creates emotional gravity. It forces attention. It awakens something primal in the nervous system. And beneath that fascination often exists another hidden emotion: relief. Because watching destruction externally can temporarily distract people from internal emptiness, insecurity, or unresolved pain. Chaos outside becomes easier to focus on than chaos inside. That is why people sometimes remain emotionally attached to toxic environments. At least chaos gives them something to feel. Peace requires self-confrontation, and many people are terrified of what they might discover in silence. There is also an evolutionary layer to this. Human beings evolved in environments filled with uncertainty, danger, and rapid change. The brain became optimized for problem solving and threat detection, not endless comfort. This means prolonged stability can actually reduce stimulation for some people, creating subconscious restlessness. The mind begins searching for friction again, not consciously, emotionally. This is why humans sometimes destroy things they worked hard to build: careers, relationships, opportunities, communities. The destruction itself creates emotional movement, sudden intensity, a feeling of aliveness replacing emotional stagnation. And intelligent people are not immune either. Sometimes intelligence makes chaos more seductive because smart individuals can rationalize destructive impulses creatively. They frame self-sabotage as freedom, recklessness as authenticity, emotional instability as passion. The mind always searches for narratives that make destructive desires feel meaningful. But underneath many destructive behaviors is something much sadder: a desperate attempt to escape emotional numbness. The modern world created a strange psychological condition where many people feel simultaneously overstimulated and emotionally disconnected. Endless information, endless entertainment, endless distraction. Yet internally many feel empty, directionless, emotionally detached from themselves. Chaos temporarily interrupts that emptiness. It creates sensation, urgency, meaning. Even fear can feel preferable to emotional deadness. And social media intensified this dramatically. Platforms reward outrage because outrage increases engagement. People become psychologically conditioned to consume emotional conflict daily. Eventually, calm conversation feels dull compared to the emotional rush of collective anger, public humiliation, or social warfare. Human beings begin craving emotional extremes without realizing it. That is why many secretly feel disappointed when catastrophe does not happen after anticipating it. The nervous system became prepared for stimulation. Stability suddenly feels emotionally anticlimactic. And maybe the darkest truth is this: part of the human mind is drawn toward destruction because destruction promises transformation. When people feel trapped, numb, powerless, or invisible, chaos creates the fantasy that something will finally change. Even painful change can feel psychologically preferable to stagnant emptiness. So humans move toward destruction while telling themselves they are trying to escape it. Not because they consciously want suffering, but because deep down, part of them fears that without chaos, they might have to face the terrifying possibility that nothing inside them feels truly alive at all. Most people imagine manipulation as something loud and obvious. A person yelling, threatening, forcing control through aggression. But the most effective manipulation is almost the opposite. It is quiet, patient, repeatable. It does not break reality in one moment. It slowly rewrites it until the victim is no longer sure what is real anymore. That is where gaslighting becomes psychologically dangerous, because gaslighting is not just lying. It is the systematic distortion of someone's perception of reality until they start doubting their own memory, judgment, and emotional responses. And the most disturbing part is how ordinary it can look from the outside. A sentence like that never happened. You are overreacting. You are too sensitive. You always misremember things. On their own, these statements seem small, but repeated over time, especially from someone trusted, they begin to weaken a person's confidence in their own mind. And once someone stops trusting their own perception, they become easier to control. The human brain relies heavily on internal consistency. We build our identity through memory, interpretation, and emotional validation. When those systems are challenged repeatedly, cognitive dissonance appears. That is the uncomfortable mental tension that happens when reality and explanation no longer match. To reduce that tension, the brain has two options: either reject the manipulator's version of reality or start doubting itself. Gaslighting works because doubt is psychologically expensive. Most people would rather assume they are mistaken than accept the terrifying idea that someone close to them is deliberately distorting reality. Especially in relationships where emotional attachment exists. Love, dependency, fear of abandonment, or social pressure all increase vulnerability to manipulation because they raise the emotional cost of disagreement. That is why gaslighting often develops gradually. It rarely starts with obvious denial. It starts with small contradictions, slight rewrites of events, subtle dismissal of feelings. Over time, these accumulate until the victim begins to experience confusion as a normal state inside the relationship. And confusion is exactly where control becomes easier. A confused mind seeks resolution. It tries harder to understand. It becomes more dependent on the source of confusion for clarity. This creates a psychological loop where the manipulator becomes both the cause of uncertainty and the temporary provider of relief from it. That loop is powerful because it mimics safety while actually increasing dependence. One of the key psychological mechanisms behind gaslighting is memory destabilization. Human memory is not a perfect recording system. It is reconstructive. Every time we recall an event, we slightly rebuild it based on emotion, context, and suggestion. This means that repeated external denial of an experience can gradually reshape how the brain stores that memory. If someone confidently insists something did not happen, and they do it repeatedly, the brain starts introducing uncertainty into its own recall. Not because the memory is gone, but because confidence in the memory has been eroded. This is why victims often say things like, "I am not sure anymore," or "maybe I imagined it." That uncertainty is not accidental. It is the product of repeated cognitive interference. And manipulators often exploit another powerful psychological bias: authority perception. When someone is perceived as more confident, more intelligent, more emotionally stable, or more socially dominant, their version of reality is more likely to be accepted even without evidence. The brain unconsciously treats confidence as a signal of truth. This is why calm, composed denial can be more psychologically damaging than emotional argument. The manipulator does not need to shout. They only need to appear certain while the other person becomes uncertain. Over time, this imbalance creates a distorted internal world for the victim. They begin second-guessing emotional reactions. They hesitate before trusting their own discomfort. They start asking for validation for things they once knew instinctively. Am I remembering this correctly? Am I being too sensitive? Did I misunderstand? That internal questioning is exactly what gaslighting relies on. Because once someone starts outsourcing their perception, control shifts away from them. Another layer of manipulation comes from intermittent reinforcement. This is when kindness and cruelty are mixed unpredictably. One moment the person is caring, supportive, affectionate. The next moment they deny your reality or dismiss your feelings. This inconsistency creates emotional dependency because the brain starts chasing the positive moments while trying to avoid the negative ones. It is the same psychological mechanism that makes gambling addictive. Unpredictable reward strengthens attachment more than consistent reward. So victims often stay not because the situation is good, but because their nervous system becomes trained to hope for relief inside the same environment that causes distress. And from the outside, manipulation rarely looks like manipulation. It looks like disagreement, miscommunication, personality conflict, even concern. That is what makes it so effective. It hides inside normal human interaction patterns while slowly shifting the emotional balance of power. One of the darkest consequences of gaslighting is self-erosion. A person who repeatedly has their reality questioned starts disconnecting from their own intuition. They stop trusting emotional signals that once protected them. Over time, this can lead to anxiety, indecision, and chronic self-doubt even outside the relationship. Because the damage does not stay in one place, it spreads into how they interpret the world. And intelligent people are not immune. In fact, intelligence can sometimes increase vulnerability because highly analytical individuals try harder to find logical explanations for inconsistency instead of trusting emotional signals. They may spend more time trying to understand contradictions instead of recognizing manipulation patterns. That effort to make sense of confusion becomes part of the trap. But perhaps the most unsettling aspect of manipulation is this: it does not require the victim to be weak. It only requires the environment to be repetitive enough, emotionally charged enough, and socially complicated enough that reality starts feeling negotiable. Once reality feels negotiable, whoever controls the narrative controls perception. And once perception is controlled, behavior follows almost automatically. That is the real science behind manipulation and gaslighting. Not mind control in the fictional sense, but the slow, systematic weakening of certainty until a person can no longer fully trust the one thing they rely on most to navigate the world: their own mind. People like to believe betrayal comes from hatred, that someone stops loving a person becomes cold, becomes cruel, and only then crosses a line. But in real life, betrayal often comes from a much more uncomfortable place. People do not always betray because love disappears. They betray because emotion collides with impulse, fear, desire, ego, and confusion, all at once in a moment where self-control collapses. And in that moment, the mind does something very human. It chooses short-term emotional relief over long-term emotional responsibility. That is the first truth most people avoid. Betrayal is rarely planned as betrayal. It is usually a series of small justifications that slowly lower internal resistance. A person feels unseen in a relationship. They feel emotionally deprived. They feel misunderstood. Then they meet someone new who makes them feel something different. Lighter, exciting, validated, alive again. And the brain begins to compare two emotional worlds. One feels familiar but heavy. The other feels new but dangerous. At first, nothing obvious happens. Just emotional leaning. Attention shifts. Conversations become more meaningful elsewhere. Internal boundaries become slightly more flexible. The person tells themselves nothing is wrong because technically nothing has happened yet, but psychologically, something already has. Because emotional betrayal often begins long before physical action. It begins in imagination, in attention, in secrecy, in emotional dependence shifting away from one person and toward another. And secrecy changes everything. The moment a person starts hiding emotional experiences, their internal moral system begins splitting. One version of them continues the relationship. Another version starts living outside it. That division creates cognitive dissonance, and the mind tries to reduce discomfort by normalizing what is happening. This is where rationalization begins. It is not cheating. We are just talking. I deserve to feel happy. My partner does not understand me. I am not being treated well anyway. These thoughts are not always lies. Sometimes they are partially true. And that is what makes them powerful, because the brain uses partial truth to justify full actions. Human beings are extremely good at rewriting emotional responsibility after the fact. But there is another layer underneath that people rarely admit. Betrayal is often tied to identity instability. When someone does not feel fully secure in who they are, they seek external validation to stabilize their self-image. Attention becomes regulation. Desire becomes proof of worth. Being wanted by someone new temporarily fills an emotional gap that the existing relationship is no longer satisfying. So betrayal becomes less about the other person and more about emotional regulation, a way to feel real again, a way to feel important again, a way to escape internal emptiness or insecurity. This is why people sometimes betray, even when they still love their partner. The emotional need in the moment becomes louder than long-term attachment. Love exists, but it is not the only force active in the mind. Human behavior is rarely driven by a single emotion. It is usually a competition between multiple emotional systems, and the strongest feeling in the moment often wins. Fear of loss can coexist with desire for novelty. Guilt can coexist with excitement. Attachment can coexist with dissatisfaction. And when these states overlap, decision-making becomes unstable. Another important factor is opportunity. Psychologically, humans are not only driven by desire, but also by accessibility. When temptation is distant, it can be resisted. When it becomes immediate, personal, emotionally validating, and low risk, resistance becomes harder. The mind starts reframing boundaries in real time to reduce internal tension. That is why betrayal often feels like it happened suddenly, even when the psychological buildup was gradual. But there is also something darker and more uncomfortable. People often underestimate how much self-justification happens in moments of emotional weakness. The brain is not purely logical. It is protective of identity. So when someone is about to act against their own values, the mind begins softening those values in advance to reduce guilt. This is how someone who believes they are loyal can temporarily become someone who is not. Not because their values vanished, but because their emotional state temporarily outran their moral framework, and afterward, guilt often appears. But even guilt can be psychologically processed in ways that reduce responsibility. Some people confess. Some people hide. Some people minimize. Some people double down and convince themselves the situation was inevitable, because accepting full responsibility would require confronting something painful, that they are capable of hurting someone they deeply care about. And that realization conflicts with the identity most people want to maintain about themselves. So the mind often protects identity first, even at the cost of truth. There is also a relational dimension that cannot be ignored. Sometimes betrayal is not caused by a lack of love, but by a breakdown in emotional communication. People feel neglected, rejected, or invisible long before any betrayal occurs. And instead of addressing that pain directly, they seek emotional validation elsewhere. Not always consciously, but as an escape. A way to feel understood without confrontation. A way to avoid difficult conversations that might threaten stability. In that sense, betrayal is sometimes less about choosing another person and more about avoiding emotional discomfort inside the current relationship. And social environments can amplify this process. Constant exposure to alternatives, attention, and validation increases emotional volatility. The modern world makes emotional attachment more complex because people are always one interaction away from a different emotional experience. That does not excuse betrayal, but it explains why the psychological conditions for it are more common than people admit. Ultimately, people betray those they love most not because love is absent, but because love is not the only force shaping human behavior. Desire, fear, insecurity, opportunity, ego, emotional hunger, and momentary identity collapse can all overpower long-term attachment in specific conditions. And when that happens, the person does not usually feel like a villain in the moment. They feel like someone trying to survive an emotional situation that has become too complicated to hold together cleanly. Only later does the full weight of the decision arrive. When the moment is gone and the consequences remain. Revenge fantasies rarely begin as fantasies about violence. They begin as something much quieter, a moment of humiliation that the mind cannot fully process, a betrayal that feels unfair, a situation where someone crossed a line and walked away untouched while the emotional damage stayed behind. In that gap between what happened and what should have happened, the brain starts building alternative endings. Not because a person is evil, but because the mind hates unresolved injustice. Human psychology is deeply sensitive to fairness. The brain constantly tracks social balance: who gave, who took, who was respected, who was dismissed. When that internal balance is disrupted, it creates emotional tension, and the mind naturally tries to restore balance in the only place it can fully control at first: imagination. That is where revenge fantasies begin. At first, they are not about hurting someone. They are about restoring dignity. The mind replays the event and rewrites it so the outcome feels corrected. This version of reality gives temporary relief because it repairs the emotional imbalance. The person finally reacts the way we wish they had reacted. The other person finally understands the damage they caused. The world finally feels fair again. But the brain does not stop there, because emotional memory is sticky. The more intense the hurt, the more frequently the mind revisits the scenario. And each time it does, the fantasy becomes slightly more detailed, more emotionally satisfying, more structured. It evolves from correction into control. Now the mind is no longer just fixing the past. It is rehearsing dominance over the situation. This is where revenge fantasies begin to feel addictive for some people. Not because they want to act on them, but because they temporarily resolve feelings of helplessness. Psychological research shows that imagined retaliation can activate reward pathways in the brain similar to real satisfaction. The mind experiences a sense of justice being completed, even if nothing actually changes in reality. That is powerful, because it means the brain can get emotional relief without action. But there is a hidden cost. The more a person engages in revenge thinking, the more emotionally anchored they become to the original wound. Instead of healing, the mind keeps the injury active because it keeps revisiting the source. It is like scratching an emotional bruise. It feels momentarily satisfying, but it prevents recovery. And over time, something subtle shifts. The fantasy stops being about restoring fairness and starts becoming about emotional superiority. The person is no longer just imagining resolution. They are imagining recognition. The moment when the other person finally sees their mistake, finally regrets it, finally acknowledges the pain they caused. Because revenge fantasies are often about being emotionally witnessed. There is another layer underneath this that people rarely acknowledge. Revenge fantasies often emerge more strongly when a person feels powerless in real life, when direct confrontation is not possible, or when speaking up did not lead to validation. The mind compensates by creating internal scenarios where power is fully restored. In that internal world, there are no restrictions, no social consequences, no uncertainty, only control. And control feels psychologically soothing when reality feels unfair. But the brain does not always distinguish clearly between imagined control and emotional conditioning. So repeated fantasy can subtly reinforce emotional patterns like anger, resentment, or mistrust. The person may begin interpreting neutral situations through the lens of past hurt without realizing it. That is how unresolved revenge thinking can quietly reshape perception. Not into action, but into mindset. There is also a social dimension. Humans evolved in environments where reputation mattered deeply. Being wronged publicly or socially was not just emotionally painful, it had survival implications. So the brain treats social humiliation with a level of intensity that can feel disproportionate in modern contexts. That ancient wiring still reacts as if status threats require correction, even when no real danger exists anymore. This is why revenge fantasies often feel urgent. The emotional system interprets imbalance as something that must be fixed to restore internal safety. Until that happens, the mind keeps generating scenarios in an attempt to close the loop. Some fantasies are mild. Someone apologizes. Someone realizes their mistake. Someone regrets their actions. These are attempts at emotional closure. Others become darker when pain is deeper. But even then, the core mechanism is usually the same. The mind is trying to undo helplessness by imagining agency. That distinction matters, because it reveals something most people misunderstand about revenge psychology. It is not primarily about hatred. It is about restoring emotional equilibrium after a violation of trust, dignity, or fairness. And when people cannot achieve that equilibrium externally, They often build it internally instead. However, there is a point where revenge thinking becomes self-sustaining. The mind begins to prefer imagined resolution over real healing because imagination is immediate and controllable. Real healing requires acceptance, uncertainty, and emotional processing, which takes time and discomfort. So the brain takes the easier route. It replays, it refines, it revisits, and slowly, the original event becomes a recurring mental environment rather than a finished experience. That is when revenge fantasies stop being temporary emotional responses and start becoming part of someone's inner world. And the most important truth underneath all of this is simple. Revenge fantasies are not evidence of a violent mind. They are evidence of an unresolved emotional injury trying to find completion in the only place the brain feels safe enough to fully control, inside imagination. Envy rarely shows up as envy in the beginning. It starts as something much more socially acceptable. Admiration, awareness, motivation, a quiet comparison that feels harmless at first. Someone sees another person's success, their confidence, their relationships, their lifestyle, and the mind registers it as information rather than emotion. But the brain does not stay neutral for long, because human beings are comparison machines. The mind constantly evaluates position without asking permission. Who is ahead? Who is behind? Who is improving? Who is falling behind? Most of this happens automatically, beneath conscious thought. And once comparison becomes emotional instead of observational, envy begins to form. Not as hatred, but as discomfort. That is the first stage, a subtle emotional tension that appears whenever someone else succeeds in a domain that matters to us. It is not always obvious. Sometimes it feels like irritation, sometimes like dismissal, sometimes like a sudden need to point out flaws in someone who was previously admired. And this is where the corruption begins quietly, because the mind tries to resolve emotional discomfort, not by changing the self, but by changing interpretation. If someone else's success makes us feel small, the easiest psychological escape is to reduce the significance of their success. The brain begins searching for explanations that protect self-worth. They were lucky. They had help. They had unfair advantages. They do not deserve it as much as it looks. This process is called rationalization, and it is one of envy's earliest tools. It protects identity at the cost of truth. Over time, repeated comparison strengthens this pattern. The more someone is exposed to others who appear ahead, the more the mind automatically generates corrective narratives. Instead of inspiration, the emotional default slowly shifts toward resistance. And something important happens during this shift. The other person stops being seen as a complex human being and starts becoming a reference point for personal inadequacy. Their identity becomes simplified into one thing: successful, attractive, talented, lucky, privileged, threatening. Once that reduction happens, empathy weakens, because empathy requires seeing someone as fully human. Envy replaces that with emotional distortion. The mind stops asking how did they achieve this and starts asking why not me. That question carries emotional weight, and if it is not processed properly, it turns inward pressure into outward resentment. One of the most dangerous effects of envy is how it reshapes attention. The mind begins scanning for evidence that supports emotional discomfort. It notices flaws more easily. Mistakes become more significant. Success becomes suspicious. Even neutral actions can be reinterpreted through a negative lens. This is not conscious bias. It is emotional filtering. And it slowly changes personality. A person who was once inspired by others can become cynical. A person who once celebrated success can begin to feel discomfort when others succeed. Not because they want harm, but because success in others now triggers internal comparison pain, and the brain avoids pain by distorting perception. This is how envy quietly corrupts judgment. There is also a social transformation that happens over time. Envy often pushes people towards subtle forms of sabotage, not necessarily direct or extreme, but conversational, reputational, or emotional. Downplaying achievements in conversation, highlighting flaws in private discussions, withholding genuine praise while still appearing polite on the surface. It rarely feels malicious to the person doing it. It feels justified, because the mind frames it as fairness restoration rather than harm. But underneath all of this is something deeper. Envy is often tied to identity insecurity. When a person does not feel stable in their own value, the success of others feels like a threat rather than neutral information. Someone else rising does not just mean they are doing well. It feels like personal evidence of being left behind. And that emotional interpretation is what drives corruption. Because the more threatened the ego feels, the more aggressively it defends itself through comparison, dismissal, or resentment. Social environments can intensify this dramatically. In spaces where status is visible, like workplaces, social media, academic environments, or creative industries, comparison becomes constant. The mind is repeatedly exposed to people who appear ahead, and without emotional grounding, this exposure becomes psychologically exhausting, and exhaustion reduces emotional generosity. The mind begins conserving energy by simplifying others into categories instead of understanding them as individuals. This is where envy becomes more stable and less conscious. It no longer spikes as a feeling. It becomes a baseline lens through which success is interpreted. And perhaps the most disturbing part is how invisible this transformation feels from the inside. People rarely notice when admiration quietly turns into comparison, and comparison quietly turns into resentment. From their perspective, they are just becoming more realistic, more aware, more honest about how the world works. But what has actually changed is emotional interpretation, not reality. Envy also has a feedback loop with self-esteem. The more someone engages in comparison that produces negative emotion, the worse they tend to feel about themselves. And the worse they feel, the more sensitive they become to comparison. This creates a cycle where perception keeps reinforcing dissatisfaction. The mind begins living in a constant state of relative evaluation instead of internal stability. And in that state, peace becomes difficult, because peace requires stopping comparison long enough to experience one's own life without measurement against others. But envy resists that stillness. It keeps attention outward, always scanning, always measuring, always reacting, and over time, this can subtly reshape how a person relates to the world. Relationships become influenced by status awareness. Friendships become unconsciously competitive. Success in others feels emotionally heavy instead of joyful. Even achievements can feel incomplete if someone else appears ahead in another domain. That is how envy slowly corrupts the human mind. Not by turning people into villains overnight, but by slowly replacing appreciation with comparison, replacing connection with evaluation, and replacing emotional freedom with constant silent measurement against everyone else. Most people assume they are disturbed for being drawn to violence or tragedy. They wonder why they keep clicking on the worst news, why they slow down at accidents, why their attention locks onto stories of disaster, even when they feel uncomfortable watching them. But this reaction is not a sign of abnormality. It is a feature of the human brain. The first thing to understand is that the mind is not designed to seek happiness. It is designed to seek survival. And for most of human history, information about danger mattered more than information about comfort. Knowing where someone got attacked, what caused a death, or what threat was approaching your group could mean the difference between life and death. So the brain evolved a simple rule. Pay more attention to threat than peace. That rule still runs today, even though the environment has changed. This is why violent or tragic information grabs attention instantly. It activates the brain's threat detection systems, especially regions involved in alertness and emotional salience. The nervous system reacts as if the information might be personally relevant, not because people consciously want danger, but because the brain is wired to prioritize it automatically. That is the foundation. But there is a deeper layer. Violence and tragedy also create emotional intensity, and the human brain is fundamentally drawn to intensity because intensity signals importance. Calm information is easily ignored. Emotionally charged information is remembered, replayed, and shared. This is why tragedies often spread faster through collective awareness than neutral or positive events. It is not about enjoyment in a simple sense. It is about emotional engagement. Another reason humans obsess over tragedy is what psychologists call emotional rehearsal. When we see something dangerous happen to someone else, the brain subconsciously simulates what it would feel like if it happened to us. This simulation is uncomfortable, but it is also useful. It helps the mind prepare responses, evaluate risk, and build mental models of threat. In other words, watching tragedy is a form of survival practice, even if it feels unpleasant. There is also a psychological contrast effect at play. When people encounter violence or suffering from a safe distance, it can create a strange emotional comparison. It reinforces the sense that their own situation is stable or safe in that moment. This does not mean people are happy about suffering. It means the brain uses contrast to define emotional states. Safety feels more real after exposure to danger, but perhaps the most uncomfortable reason is emotional complexity. Violence and tragedy are not simple stimuli. They involve conflict, moral tension, fear, loss, injustice, sometimes even heroism. The human mind is drawn to stories that contain layered emotional information because they are cognitively engaging. They demand interpretation. They force meaning-making. That is why people cannot easily look away. The brain is trying to understand what it is seeing. Social learning is another major factor. Humans are deeply observational creatures. We learn not only from personal experience but from watching others. Tragedy becomes a form of indirect education. It shows consequences without requiring direct exposure. It reveals what can go wrong in systems, relationships, societies, and environments. Even when people do not consciously analyze it, the brain is absorbing patterns. There is also a darker emotional component that many people feel guilty about but rarely admit. Violence and tragedy can create a sense of emotional gravity that pulls attention in because it breaks the monotony of everyday life. For some individuals, especially those who feel emotionally numb or overstimulated by routine, extreme events temporarily cut through that numbness and create a feeling of being fully awake. Not happy, but intensely present. That distinction matters, because the brain often prefers feeling something over feeling nothing at all, and modern media environments amplify this instinct. News cycles, social platforms, and recommendation algorithms are built around engagement, And nothing engages attention more reliably than fear, outrage, shock, or tragedy. Over time, people become conditioned to expect emotional spikes as part of their daily information diet, so even curiosity becomes shaped by emotional conditioning. There is another subtle mechanism involved called attentional bias. Once the brain learns that certain categories of information are highly emotionally charged, it begins scanning for them automatically. This is why even in a normal feed or conversation, people's attention jumps immediately to anything that signals danger, conflict, or suffering. The mind becomes trained to look for disruption, and once that pattern forms, it becomes self-reinforcing. However, it is important to separate fascination from desire. Being drawn to violence or tragedy does not mean a person wants it to happen. In most cases, it reflects the brain's attempt to process, understand, and anticipate threats in a complex world. The emotional response is often a mix of discomfort, curiosity, empathy, and cognitive engagement all at once. Human psychology is rarely pure in one direction. Even empathy itself can be activated through exposure to suffering. Seeing tragedy in others can strengthen compassion, reinforce moral boundaries, and deepen understanding of human vulnerability. The same mechanism that draws attention can also build emotional awareness. But when overexposure happens, something else can emerge. Emotional fatigue. Constant consumption of tragedy can desensitize the nervous system. What once felt shocking can start feeling routine. This does not necessarily remove empathy, but it can dull emotional responsiveness over time. The brain adapts to repeated stimulation by lowering its sensitivity to protect itself from overload. That is why people sometimes feel strangely detached while still continuing to consume distressing content. The system is balancing itself. At its core, the obsession with violence and tragedy is not about darkness inside human beings. It is about a survival-oriented brain operating in a world saturated with information. The same mechanisms that once helped humans avoid predators and learn from danger now drive attention toward headlines, videos, and stories that carry emotional intensity. So what feels like obsession is often just ancient wiring meeting modern reality. A mind built for survival. Living in a world where danger is no longer rare, but information about danger is everywhere. Human beings like to believe they think independently, but one of the strongest forces shaping thought is something most people never notice in themselves. The instinct to divide the world into us and them. It feels simple, natural, even logical. We belong to groups. Other people belong to different groups. Our group feels familiar, trustworthy, morally aligned. Their group feels different, uncertain, sometimes even threatening. But what feels like clarity is often a psychological shortcut. The brain is constantly trying to reduce complexity. Social reality is overwhelming, filled with conflicting information, competing values, and uncertain intentions. So instead of analyzing every individual separately, the mind compresses people into categories. This is tribalism at its core, not just cultural or political, but deeply cognitive, a survival mechanism disguised as identity. For most of human history, belonging to a group was not optional, it was essential. Humans survived through cooperation in tight social tribes. Being accepted meant protection, resources, shared defense. Being excluded could mean danger, isolation, or death. So the brain evolved to treat group belonging as emotionally urgent. That wiring is still active today, even when survival is no longer at stake. This is why us versus them thinking appears so easily. The moment someone signals group identity, whether through language, beliefs, appearance, nationality, ideology, or even taste. The brain begins sorting them into psychological categories. Not consciously, but automatically. Safety or uncertainty, familiar or foreign, ally or outsider, and once categorization happens, perception changes. The same behavior from someone inside the group is interpreted differently than from someone outside the group. A mistake becomes forgivable if it comes from us. It becomes evidence of character if it comes from them. This is called in-group bias, and it shapes judgment more than most people realize. It does not feel like bias from the inside. It feels like being reasonable. That is what makes it so powerful. One of the most disturbing aspects of tribal thinking is how quickly empathy becomes conditional. Humans are capable of deep compassion, but that compassion is often prioritized based on perceived group membership. When someone is seen as part of the in-group, their suffering feels personal. When they are seen as outside the group, the same suffering can feel distant or even justified. This shift can happen without any change in the facts themselves, only in perception. That is why tribalism can escalate conflict so efficiently. Once groups form psychological boundaries, each side begins interpreting the other's actions through suspicion. Neutral actions become hostile. Defensive actions become aggressive. Every interaction becomes evidence supporting existing beliefs. The mind starts filtering reality to match identity, and identity becomes more important than accuracy. Social identity theory explains part of this. People derive a significant portion of self-esteem from group belonging. Supporting the group becomes emotionally tied to supporting the self. Criticism of the group can feel like personal attack. Defending the group can feel like defending one's own worth. That is when rational discussion starts breaking down, because now disagreement is not just intellectual, it is emotional, existential even. And once identity is involved, people stop asking what is true and start asking what protects my side. This is where polarization grows. Not because people suddenly become more hateful, but because they become more emotionally invested in defending their group narrative. The brain prioritizes belonging over nuance. Agreement inside the group becomes rewarded. Doubt becomes risky. Outsider perspectives become suspicious. Over time, this creates echo chambers where beliefs reinforce themselves through repetition rather than examination. But tribalism is not only about hostility. It is also about belonging. Humans feel safer when they know where they stand socially. Shared beliefs create emotional cohesion. Rituals, language, culture, and collective narratives strengthen trust inside the group. That sense of belonging is psychologically powerful and deeply rewarding. The problem begins when belonging requires opposition. When the identity of the group depends on having an enemy, real or perceived, the mind starts exaggerating differences. Complexity gets flattened. Nuance disappears. The world becomes easier to interpret but harder to understand accurately. And once an enemy is defined, morality shifts subtly. Actions that would normally feel wrong become acceptable if directed toward the out-group. Mockery becomes justified. Exclusion becomes normal. Aggression becomes defensible. Not necessarily because individuals become more evil, but because moral boundaries become group-dependent. This is one of the most dangerous aspects of tribal psychology. It allows ordinary people to participate in extraordinary harm while still believing they are acting correctly. History shows this pattern repeatedly. Entire societies can become divided into moral categories where empathy is reserved for one side only. And once that happens, large-scale cruelty becomes psychologically easier to justify because it is no longer framed as harming individuals, but as defending the group. Even intelligence does not protect against this. Highly educated people can become deeply tribal if their identity is strongly tied to a group belief system. In some cases, intelligence makes it easier to defend tribal positions with sophisticated reasoning, creating the illusion of objectivity while reinforcing bias. The mind becomes extremely good at explaining what it already wants to believe. And modern environments intensify all of this. Social media, political media, and algorithm-driven content reward emotional engagement, not accuracy. Outrage spreads faster than reflection. Content that strengthens group identity performs better than content that challenges it. So people are constantly exposed to narratives that reinforce us versus them thinking. The result is psychological amplification, not invention, just acceleration of something already built into the human brain. At the deepest level, tribalism is not a flaw that exists in some people. It is a default setting in all humans. It can be moderated through awareness, education, and intentional perspective taking, but it never fully disappears because it is tied to ancient survival architecture. Which is why even in modern societies, with information, logic, and global connection, the pull toward us versus them thinking remains strong. Because underneath ideology, beneath culture, beneath belief systems, there is still a brain that learned long ago that belonging protects life and separation can threaten it. And that ancient logic continues to shape modern morality in ways most people never consciously see. Public humiliation feels like something we are supposed to reject immediately. People like to believe they are uncomfortable watching it, that they would never participate in it, that they only engage when it is justified. But if that were fully true, public humiliation would not be one of the most consumed forms of social content in human history, from ancient arenas to modern social media. The uncomfortable truth is that many people are drawn to it even when they feel guilty afterward. And the reason is not simple cruelty. It is a mix of psychology, social comparison, and emotional regulation that most people never notice inside themselves. At the core of it is status awareness. Human beings are deeply sensitive to hierarchy. Even when we pretend otherwise, the brain constantly tracks social position. Who is respected? Who is ignored? Who is admired? Who is mocked? This happens automatically because, for most of human evolution, status directly influenced survival, access to resources, and protection from harm. Public humiliation is powerful because it creates a visible drop in status. And when someone else falls, the brain does something subtle but important. It recalibrates comparison. The gap between self and others feels smaller, even if nothing in one's life has changed. This can produce a quiet emotional relief that is easy to misinterpret as satisfaction, not necessarily joy at suffering, but relief from comparison pressure. Another mechanism involved is what psychologists call downward social comparison. When people observe someone perceived as more successful, more confident, or more admired being brought low, it temporarily reduces feelings of inadequacy. The mind reassures itself that high status is unstable for everyone, not just personally uncertain individuals. It creates a brief emotional balancing effect. That is part of why humiliation content spreads so quickly. It is emotionally charged and socially relevant at the same time. The brain treats it as important information about how the social world works. There is also a strong element of moral processing involved. Humans are constantly evaluating fairness, even subconsciously. When someone is perceived to have acted arrogantly, unfairly, or immorally, their humiliation can feel like restoration of balance. The mind reframes the event not as cruelty, but as consequence. That shift allows people to consume it without feeling like they are violating their moral identity. This is where rationalization becomes powerful. The brain prefers narratives where suffering is deserved, because undeserved suffering is emotionally uncomfortable. So when public humiliation happens, people often search for reasons that make it feel justified. This person was arrogant. They deserved it. They needed to be taken down a notch. The story becomes morally simplified, so the emotional discomfort is easier to process. But that simplification hides something deeper. Humans are highly sensitive to social learning. Watching someone fail publicly provides indirect information about boundaries, risks, and acceptable behavior. It teaches what happens when someone crosses certain social lines. Even if the lesson is exaggerated or unfair, the brain still absorbs it as a form of cautionary signal. In that sense, humiliation becomes a kind of distorted education. There is also an emotional intensity factor. Public humiliation is rarely neutral. It involves embarrassment, shock, anger, schadenfreude, empathy, and curiosity all at once. The brain is drawn to emotionally dense situations because they require interpretation. They stand out from the background of everyday life and demand attention, and attention is something the brain is always optimizing. Another layer comes from identity reinforcement. When someone is publicly shamed for a trait people secretly fear in themselves, the mind creates distance from that trait. For example, watching someone be ridiculed for arrogance or failure can temporarily reassure the viewer that they are not like that person. It strengthens internal identity boundaries. But that reassurance is fragile and unconscious. It is not thought through logically. It is felt emotionally. Modern environments amplify all of this dramatically. Social media has turned humiliation into a global, continuous event stream. Mistakes that once stayed local can now become viral moments viewed by millions. And because engagement is rewarded, content involving embarrassment, outrage, or downfall tends to spread further than neutral content. The result is repeated exposure to other people's lowest moments. Over time, this can shift perception. Humiliation starts to feel less like rare tragedy and more like normal social currency. The brain adapts to repeated exposure, which can reduce emotional sensitivity. What once felt shocking may start to feel routine, even entertaining, depending on the context. That does not mean people lose empathy entirely, but it does mean emotional boundaries become more flexible than most would expect. There is also a hidden psychological contradiction here. Many people feel discomfort watching humiliation when they imagine themselves in the victim's position, but simultaneously feel attraction when viewing it from a detached perspective. The mind can hold both empathy and comparison-based satisfaction at the same time, which creates internal tension. That tension is often resolved by moral framing. If the victim is seen as deserving, empathy decreases. If they are seen as undeserving, discomfort increases. So the brain continuously adjusts interpretation to manage emotional balance. At the deepest level, public humiliation is compelling because it exposes something most people are sensitive about but rarely acknowledge directly: social vulnerability. The fear of being seen as incompetent, foolish, or rejected is deeply embedded in human psychology. Watching it happen to someone else allows the brain to engage with that fear from a safe distance. It becomes both uncomfortable and absorbing at the same time. And that combination is powerful. because the mind is always drawn to things that matter socially, even when they are emotionally unsettling. So the enjoyment or attraction or fascination with public humiliation is not a sign of pure cruelty. It is a reflection of how the human brain processes status, morality, identity, and fear inside social systems that have evolved far beyond the environments they were originally designed for. A survival mind, interpreting a world where social downfall is no longer rare, but highly visible, instantly shared, and endlessly replayed. Self-deception is one of the strangest abilities the human mind possesses because it allows a person to lie without feeling like they are lying. There is no clear moment where truth gets replaced by fiction. Instead, reality slowly bends in small steps until the mind can hold two conflicting versions of the same situation without collapsing. And most people never notice it happening inside themselves. At its core, self-deception is not about stupidity or ignorance. It is about emotional protection. The brain is constantly trying to preserve a stable sense of identity. That identity includes beliefs about being intelligent, moral, consistent, and in control. When reality threatens that image, the mind does not always adjust identity to match truth. Sometimes it adjusts truth to protect identity. That is where distortion begins. A simple example is how people explain their own failures. When something goes wrong, the mind rarely accepts pure randomness or personal limitation easily. Instead, it searches for interpretations that reduce emotional pain. External blame becomes more attractive. Circumstances were unfair. Timing was bad. Other people interfered. Any explanation that preserves self-worth becomes psychologically useful. And if that pattern repeats often enough, it becomes automatic. Self-deception works because the brain is not a single unified voice. It is a collection of competing systems. One part evaluates reality logically. Another part reacts emotionally. Another part protects social identity. When these systems disagree, the mind does not always choose truth. It often chooses the version that creates the least internal conflict. That is emotional efficiency overriding accuracy. One of the strongest drivers of self-deception is cognitive dissonance. This is the discomfort that appears when behavior and belief do not match. For example, someone who sees themselves as honest but behaves dishonestly in a moment of pressure experiences psychological tension. To reduce that tension, the mind can either change behavior or reinterpret the situation. Often, reinterpretation is easier. So the mind adjusts the story instead of the action. It was not really lying. It was just protecting someone's feelings. It was not manipulation. It was necessary. It was not neglect. It was being busy. Each explanation softens the emotional contradiction until it feels acceptable again. Over time, these justifications accumulate and form stable narratives. And once a narrative stabilizes, it starts shaping perception itself. This is where self-deception becomes dangerous. It does not only change how people interpret the past, it changes how they experience the present. The brain begins filtering incoming information in a way that protects existing beliefs. Contradictory evidence is minimized, ignored, or reframed. Supporting evidence is amplified. Reality becomes selectively processed. Another important mechanism is motivated reasoning. Instead of asking what is true, the mind unconsciously asks, what can I believe that allows me to feel okay about myself? This does not feel like bias from the inside. It feels like logic. The reasoning appears structured and rational, but it is quietly guided by emotional needs. That is why intelligent people are not immune to self-deception. In many cases, intelligence makes it more sophisticated. A highly analytical mind can generate complex explanations that justify almost anything, not because the explanation is correct, but because it is internally coherent enough to reduce discomfort. The more intelligent the justification, the more convincing it feels. Self-deception also plays a major role in relationships. People often ignore early signs of incompatibility or mistreatment because acknowledging them would require difficult action. Instead, the mind reinterprets small red flags as temporary issues. They did not mean it that way. Things will improve. Every relationship has problems. These narratives delay painful decisions, but they also distort emotional reality over time. Memory itself is another vulnerable system. Human memory is not fixed. It is reconstructive, meaning each recall slightly reshapes the memory. Over time, repeated reinterpretation can change how past events are remembered. A painful interaction may be softened, exaggerated, or reframed depending on current emotional needs. This is why two people can remember the same event completely differently. Both experiences feel real internally because both are constructed through the same psychological process. Self-deception is also deeply tied to social survival. Humans are highly sensitive to how they are perceived by others. In many cases, maintaining a positive self-image in front of others becomes more important than accuracy. People may convince themselves of certain beliefs because those beliefs align with their social identity. If a group believes something, individuals within that group may begin to internally accept it, even when private doubts exist. Over time, repeated exposure to group consensus can overwrite personal uncertainty. The mind reduces conflict by aligning inner belief with external belonging. That is how collective self-deception forms. On a larger scale, this is how entire systems of belief can remain stable, even when they contain contradictions. Each individual participates in maintaining a version of reality that feels socially and emotionally safe. But the most subtle form of self-deception is the one that feels like maturity. When people convince themselves they are being realistic, practical, or emotionally detached, they may actually be protecting themselves from vulnerability. Calling something logic when it is actually emotional avoidance is one of the most common psychological defenses. It feels like clarity, but it can also be emotional protection disguised as understanding. The disturbing truth about self-deception is that it is not an occasional glitch in thinking. It is a continuous background process. The brain is constantly balancing truth, emotion, identity, and social pressure. In that negotiation, truth is only one factor among many, and not always the strongest one, which means human reality is not a fixed reflection of the world. It is a negotiated experience shaped by what the mind is willing to accept without breaking its sense of self. Narcissism is often treated like it belongs to extreme personalities. People imagine someone loud, arrogant, self-obsessed, incapable of empathy, almost theatrical in their need for attention. But clinically extreme cases are only one end of a spectrum. In everyday life, narcissism is much quieter, more socially acceptable, and far more common than people realize. It is not always about loving yourself too much. It is often about needing to protect a fragile sense of self. At the center of narcissistic psychology is something very human, a dependence on external validation to maintain internal stability. Instead of having a steady sense of worth, the person relies on attention, admiration, approval, or superiority cues from others to feel emotionally balanced. And when that supply is interrupted, discomfort appears quickly. That is why narcissistic tendencies often show up as sensitivity to criticism, Even mild feedback can feel disproportionately intense because it is not just information. It is experienced as a threat to identity. The brain interprets it as a reduction in status or worth, which creates emotional instability that must be corrected. So the mind reacts, sometimes through denial, sometimes through anger, sometimes through dismissing the source of criticism entirely. The goal is not truth. The goal is restoring internal equilibrium. One of the most common everyday expressions of narcissism is conversational dominance. Some people naturally redirect conversations back to themselves without realizing it. Not always because they do not care about others, but because attention toward themselves feels regulating. Being the center of focus stabilizes self-perception. When attention shifts away, discomfort can appear. Another subtle form is image management. Many people carefully curate how they are perceived, not just socially but emotionally. They may exaggerate achievements, downplay failures, or present a version of themselves that feels more acceptable or admirable. This is not always conscious manipulation. It is often identity protection. The self becomes something that must be maintained, not just expressed. Narcissistic traits also appear in comparison behavior. The mind constantly evaluates status relative to others. Who is doing better? Who is more successful? Who is more respected? This comparison is not always negative on its own, but when self-worth depends heavily on being above others in some domain, comparison becomes emotionally charged. Other people's success can feel threatening instead of neutral, and this is where everyday narcissism quietly intersects with insecurity. Because many narcissistic behaviors are actually defense mechanisms against shame. Shame is one of the most difficult emotions for the human brain to process. It attacks identity directly. So instead of sitting with shame, the mind often transforms it into something more tolerable like anger, superiority, or dismissal. That transformation protects the self in the short term, but it distorts emotional reality. Another important aspect is empathy regulation. Contrary to popular belief, most people with narcissistic tendencies are not completely incapable of empathy. Rather, empathy becomes selective. It is stronger when the situation benefits self-image and weaker when it threatens it. For example, someone may show deep empathy toward people they identify with, but very little toward those they perceive as competitors or critics. Empathy becomes conditional based on identity alignment. This is why narcissism is often invisible from the outside. People can appear kind, charming, even generous, while still maintaining internal patterns of self-centered emotional processing. The key difference is not absence of empathy, but instability of empathy depending on self-relevance. In relationships, this often creates cycles that feel confusing to others. Idealization at the beginning, where the other person feels admired and valued, followed by devaluation when expectations are not met or attention shifts. The emotional state of the narcissistic system is heavily tied to whether the relationship is reinforcing self-worth. When it is, the partner feels special. When it is not, emotional withdrawal or criticism can appear. But it is important to understand that these patterns are not always intentional manipulation. In many everyday cases, they are automatic psychological responses to internal instability. The person is not always consciously trying to control others. They are trying to regulate themselves through external feedback. That distinction matters because it reveals narcissism not just as a personality label, but as a strategy the mind uses to maintain emotional coherence in environments where self-worth feels uncertain. There is also a strong connection between narcissistic traits and social environments that reward visibility. Modern life, especially digital platforms, amplifies attention-seeking behavior. Likes, followers, views, and public validation create a constant feedback loop that can reinforce self-focused identity patterns. Attention becomes a measurable form of worth. And when worth becomes measurable, comparison becomes constant. This intensifies narcissistic tendencies, even in people who would not traditionally be described as narcissistic. The environment shapes the psychology as much as the personality does. At a deeper level, narcissism can be understood as a struggle with internal stability. People who have a strong, internally grounded sense of self do not need constant external validation to feel okay. But when that internal foundation is weak or inconsistent, the mind seeks substitutes in the external world. Admiration becomes emotional support. Attention becomes regulation. Superiority becomes protection. And because these needs are often unconscious, the person may genuinely believe they are simply confident or self-assured, even when their emotional balance depends heavily on external responses. The most important realization is that narcissism in everyday life is not a rare distortion of human nature. It is an exaggerated version of normal psychological needs for validation, identity stability, and social positioning. The difference is not presence or absence. It is degree, awareness, and control. People often say they want the truth no matter what. But human behavior tells a very different story. In reality, many people can tolerate lies for years if those lies protect emotional stability, identity, or hope. What they struggle to tolerate is truth that forces psychological change. Because truth is not just information. Truth has consequences. A lie can preserve the structure of someone's world. Truth can collapse it. That is why humans often fear truth more deeply than deception. The mind is not designed to prioritize accuracy above everything else. It is designed to maintain psychological coherence. In simple terms, the brain wants reality to feel emotionally survivable, even if that means distorting it. This is why people sometimes avoid obvious evidence, ignore warning signs, or defend beliefs that no longer make sense. It is not always because they are irrational. Often it is because accepting the truth would require confronting pain, uncertainty, guilt, loss, or identity collapse. And identity is one of the most protected systems in the human mind. People build internal narratives about who they are. Good person, loyal partner, smart thinker, loving parent, competent professional. These narratives are not small details. They organize emotional reality. When truth threatens those narratives, the brain experiences psychological instability. That instability feels dangerous. So the mind begins defending itself. One of the main ways it does this is through denial. Denial is not simply refusing to see reality. It is the emotional filtering of reality to reduce distress. The information may still exist somewhere in awareness, but the brain pushes it away from full emotional acceptance. A person may know something intellectually while still resisting it emotionally. That split is incredibly common. Another mechanism is motivated reasoning. Instead of asking what is true, the mind unconsciously asks what version of reality allows me to remain emotionally intact. Evidence is then interpreted through that emotional goal. Contradictions are minimized. Supporting details are amplified. From the inside, this does not feel dishonest. It feels reasonable. That is why intelligent people can remain trapped in false beliefs just as easily as anyone else. Intelligence often increases the ability to rationalize emotionally preferred conclusions. The mind becomes more skilled at defending itself with logic rather than more committed to truth itself. Truth becomes negotiable when emotional survival is involved. Relationships reveal this clearly. People frequently ignore signs that a relationship is failing because accepting the truth would force difficult decisions. They reinterpret distance as stress, dishonesty as misunderstanding, incompatibility as temporary conflict, not because they enjoy being deceived, but because the alternative threatens emotional security. The same thing happens socially and politically. Groups resist truths that threaten collective identity because shared beliefs create belonging and stability. Accepting contradictory information can feel like risking exclusion from the group. Since humans are deeply social creatures, belonging often carries more emotional weight than accuracy. The brain treats social rejection almost like physical danger. So preserving connection can become more important than confronting reality. There is also a biological component. Uncomfortable truths activate stress responses in the nervous system. The brain prefers predictability because uncertainty consumes energy and increases anxiety. Lies, even harmful ones, can provide temporary structure. They preserve a sense of continuity. Truth often destroys continuity before a new structure exists. That gap between collapse and reconstruction is psychologically terrifying. This is why people sometimes react defensively to truths that could actually help them. The truth itself is not the only issue. It is the emotional disruption attached to it. If accepting reality means confronting shame, regret, vulnerability, or powerlessness, resistance becomes almost automatic, and the mind has many tools for resistance: minimization, distraction, projection, selective memory, reframing. Each one protects emotional equilibrium in the short term, even if it creates distortion in the long term. One of the darkest aspects of this is how people can become emotionally attached to comforting illusions. Once a belief starts supporting identity, hope, or emotional survival, abandoning it feels like losing part of the self. The illusion becomes integrated into reality perception. At that point, truth no longer feels neutral. It feels threatening. This is why some people become angry at those who tell the truth. Not because the truth is false, but because it disrupts psychological stability. The messenger becomes associated with discomfort. Attacking the source becomes easier than restructuring the internal world. The reaction is emotional before it is intellectual, and modern environments intensify all of this. People now live inside constant streams of information where beliefs can always be reinforced by communities, algorithms, and emotionally appealing narratives. The brain naturally gravitates toward interpretations that reduce uncertainty and protect identity. So truth competes not only with lies, but with emotionally satisfying stories. And emotionally satisfying stories are often easier to live with. But perhaps the deepest reason humans fear truth more than lies is this: truth demands responsibility. Once reality is fully acknowledged, choices become unavoidable. A person can no longer pretend not to know. They may need to change behavior, leave situations, confront themselves, disappoint others, or accept painful limits. Lies delay those consequences. Truth accelerates them. That is why truth can feel heavier than deception. It forces movement. It removes hiding places. It asks the mind to reorganize itself around something emotionally difficult instead of remaining inside familiar illusion. And the human brain values familiarity far more than most people realize, even when familiarity hurts. So humans do not always resist truth because they hate reality. Often they resist it because reality threatens structures they built to remain emotionally functional in the first place. Structures made of hope, identity, attachment, fear, and carefully maintained illusions that feel safer than the unknown waiting on the other side of honesty. Cult leaders are often imagined as uniquely evil, almost inhuman figures who somehow hypnotize ordinary people into obedience. But that explanation is too simple. It creates distance, as if it could never happen in normal life. In reality, cult dynamics are built from very ordinary psychological needs interacting in extreme environments. At the center of it is not magic, but vulnerability. Most people who end up in high-control groups are not weak or foolish. They are often going through uncertainty, emotional instability, identity confusion, loss, isolation, or a period in life where their old belief system no longer feels solid. In that state, the mind becomes highly receptive to structure. Because structure reduces anxiety, a cult leader usually enters at exactly that point, not with obvious demands but with clarity, confidence, certainty. They present a world that suddenly makes sense. Confusion is replaced with answers. Doubt is replaced with direction. Emotional chaos is replaced with meaning. That emotional relief is powerful, and it is often the first attachment. The human brain is deeply sensitive to certainty under stress. When someone feels lost, a confident external authority can feel like psychological grounding. The leader is not just a person. They become a reference point for reality itself. What is true? What is false? What is good? What is dangerous? This is where dependency begins. Because once a person starts outsourcing interpretation of reality, their internal authority weakens. Instead of evaluating experiences directly, they begin filtering everything through the group's framework. Slowly, their own perception becomes secondary, and perception is where control begins. Cult leaders often reinforce this dependency through gradual psychological conditioning. At first, the demands are small. Trust is built through consistency, attention, and emotional validation. The environment feels supportive, even transformative. Many people describe it as finally being understood. That emotional bond lowers resistance. Then commitment increases slowly over time. Each small agreement makes the next one easier. This is known as gradual escalation. The mind adapts step by step, never facing a single moment where everything feels obviously extreme. By the time expectations become serious, the identity of the follower is already intertwined with the group. Leaving no longer feels like disagreement. It feels like losing oneself. Another powerful mechanism is social reinforcement. Inside the group, belief is constantly validated by others. Humans are extremely sensitive to consensus. When everyone around you agrees on a reality, the brain begins to treat that reality as more likely to be true, even if private doubts exist. Isolation from outside perspectives strengthens this effect. When external information is reduced or framed as dangerous, the group becomes the primary source of truth. That means the leader's interpretation of reality becomes increasingly difficult to challenge, not because arguments are stronger, but because alternatives are emotionally and socially costly. Fear of exclusion becomes fear of survival. That is when conformity deepens. Blind followers are often created through a combination of emotional dependency and identity fusion. The group stops being something a person participates in and becomes something they are. Criticizing the group feels like criticizing the self. Defending the group feels like defending personal worth. At that stage, logic alone rarely breaks the bond, because the attachment is not purely intellectual. It is emotional, social, and identity-based. Cult leaders also often use a psychological tool called exclusive truth framing, the idea that only the group understands reality correctly. Outsiders are missiled, ignorant, or hostile. This creates a strong in-group versus out-group divide. It reinforces belonging while increasing suspicion toward alternative perspectives. Once outside information is labeled as dangerous, critical thinking starts collapsing. Not because people stop thinking, but because thinking becomes guided. Another key factor is emotional regulation. Many followers experience relief inside the group because it provides structure for emotions. Fear, guilt, confusion, and desire are all interpreted through a clear system. The leader becomes not just a source of belief, but a regulator of internal emotional state. This creates deep dependency, because leaving the group can feel like losing emotional stability itself. From the outside, this can look irrational, but inside the experience, it often feels like clarity. Even extreme beliefs can feel logical when they consistently reduce internal uncertainty and are reinforced by a surrounding community. That is why education alone does not fully protect against cult dynamics. Intelligence can help analyze ideas, but it does not automatically override emotional needs like belonging, certainty, or identity stability. In some cases, intelligent people become even more committed because they can rationalize group beliefs more effectively. The most important realization is that cult influence does not require mind control in a fictional sense. It requires alignment with natural human psychology under controlled conditions. A vulnerable individual seeking meaning, a structured system offering certainty, a social environment reinforcing belief, and a leader positioned as the source of truth. When those elements combine, the boundary between personal belief and group influence becomes extremely thin. And what looks from the outside like blind obedience often feels from the inside like finally understanding how the world works, and finally belonging somewhere that makes emotional sense. Hatred rarely begins as an identity. It usually begins as a feeling, a reaction to being hurt, excluded, humiliated, or repeatedly exposed to something that feels unfair or threatening. At first, it is unstable. It comes and goes. It feels intense but still situational. A person hates what happened to them, or what someone did, or what a group represents in a specific moment. But under certain conditions, that emotion does not fade. It hardens. And when hatred stops being a reaction and starts becoming a lens, something fundamental changes in the human mind. Because now it is no longer about what happened. It is about how reality is interpreted. The first shift is repetition. The mind replays the same emotional experiences again and again. Memory does not stay static. Each recall strengthens the emotional pathway attached to it. Over time, the original event becomes less important than the emotional meaning built around it. The brain starts extracting patterns instead of isolated incidents. That is where generalization begins. One experience becomes evidence of a larger truth. One person becomes representative of a group. One failure becomes proof of character. The mind reduces complexity to maintain emotional clarity. Because complexity creates uncertainty, and uncertainty is uncomfortable when strong emotion is involved. Hatred simplifies, and simplicity feels powerful. The second shift is reinforcement. People naturally seek environments that validate their emotional state. If someone feels betrayed or wronged, they are more likely to pay attention to information that confirms that feeling. This creates a feedback loop where exposure is no longer neutral. It becomes selective. Supportive evidence feels convincing. Contradictory evidence feels suspicious. Over time, perception becomes filtered through emotional expectation. The brain is no longer observing reality directly. It is testing reality against an internal emotional model. Once that model stabilizes, identity begins to form around it. This is the critical transition. A person no longer just feels hatred. They become someone who understands the world through that hatred. It becomes part of how they interpret events, people, and intentions. It offers structure, predictability, a sense of moral clarity in a world that often feels ambiguous. Because hatred does something psychologically seductive. It removes ambiguity. If something is the cause of suffering, the mind no longer has to sit with complexity. It knows where to place emotional weight. It knows what to blame. It knows what to resist. That clarity can feel strangely stabilizing, especially for someone who previously felt powerless or confused. And stability can become addictive. Another important factor is social reinforcement. Hatred becomes much more durable when it is shared. Inside groups, emotional beliefs are amplified through repetition. Shared outrage creates bonding. Shared opposition creates belonging. The group becomes a space where the emotion is not only accepted but rewarded. This transforms hatred from private emotion into social identity. Now, it is not just how someone feels. It is where they belong. And once belonging is tied to emotion, leaving that emotional state can feel like leaving the group itself. There is also a psychological mechanism called moral elevation of hostility. The mind begins to reinterpret hatred as righteousness. Instead of seeing it as personal emotion, it is framed as moral awareness. The target is not just disliked. They are seen as wrong, dangerous, corrupt, or deserving of opposition. This moral framing makes the emotion feel justified, and justified emotions are harder to question, because questioning them can feel like betrayal of values. Over time, the brain also starts using hatred as a shortcut for interpretation. Instead of evaluating individuals or situations carefully, the mind applies the established emotional category automatically. This reduces cognitive effort. It feels efficient, but it also flattens perception. People stop being seen as individuals and become symbols. Events stop being analyzed and start being categorized. Reality becomes emotionally pre-labeled. At this stage, hatred is no longer just a response. It becomes an organizing system for thought. And that is what makes it dangerous, because identity built on hatred is self-reinforcing. Any challenge to it feels like a threat to coherence. Any contradiction feels like pressure to the system. So the mind defends it not just emotionally, but structurally. It protects the worldview because losing it would mean losing a sense of stability and belonging. Even when that worldview causes suffering, even when it narrows experience, even when it isolates the person from alternative perspectives. There is also an internal psychological cost that often goes unnoticed. Sustained hatred keeps the nervous system in a state of heightened alertness. The mind remains oriented toward threat detection. Over time, this can reduce emotional flexibility. Joy, curiosity, and empathy become less accessible because the emotional system is constantly tuned toward opposition. What started as a reaction becomes a baseline, and what was once situational becomes identity. But perhaps the most important truth is this. Hatred becomes identity not because people are naturally hateful, but because the human mind is always trying to turn overwhelming emotion into something structured, understandable, and socially supported. If pain is not processed, it seeks form. And sometimes that form is a belief system. Sometimes it is a group. And sometimes it becomes the lens through which a person sees the entire world. until letting go of the hatred feels like letting go of meaning itself. Most people like to believe they care about suffering in a consistent way, that if something is wrong, they would notice it, respond to it, and act accordingly. But human attention does not work like a moral system. It works like a limited resource competing between urgency, emotion, fatigue, and self-interest. And when those limits are reached, suffering often loses, not because people are evil, but because the brain is constantly forced to prioritize. One of the most important realities of human psychology is that attention is selective. At any moment, a person is filtering thousands of signals. Physical discomfort, social obligations, personal goals, distractions, worries about the future, memories of the past. The mind cannot process everything with equal weight, so it constantly ranks what matters most in the moment. Suffering that is distant, abstract, or inconvenient often loses that ranking. This creates a painful contradiction. People can genuinely feel empathy in principle while still ignoring suffering in practice. The emotional system may register concern, but if action requires effort, disruption, or cost, the brain introduces competing motivations that reduce urgency. Comfort becomes a powerful filter. If acknowledging suffering requires interrupting daily life, risking social discomfort, or accepting emotional responsibility, the mind begins generating justifications for inaction. I am too busy. Someone else will handle it. It is not my place. It is more complicated than it seems. These thoughts are not always conscious excuses. They are often automatic stabilizers that protect routine and reduce cognitive load. Because the brain strongly prefers stability, there is also a psychological mechanism called diffusion of responsibility. When suffering is visible to many people, individual responsibility decreases. The presence of others creates an unconscious assumption that someone else will intervene. The more witnesses there are, the less personal obligation each individual feels. Responsibility becomes shared until it feels like it belongs to no one. This is one reason suffering in public spaces can be ignored even when many people are aware of it. Another factor is emotional fatigue. Humans are not designed to process continuous exposure to distress. When the nervous system is repeatedly exposed to suffering, it begins to protect itself by reducing emotional intensity. This can appear as numbness or detachment. It is not a lack of care. It is a protective shutdown of sensitivity. But that same protection can reduce responsiveness when action is actually possible. Modern environments amplify this effect dramatically. People are exposed to constant streams of global suffering through news and social media. The scale becomes overwhelming. The brain cannot emotionally process every tragedy as urgent, so it begins categorizing most of it as background information. Important in theory, but not actionable in the moment. Overexposure creates psychological distance, and distance reduces urgency. There is also a subtle but powerful role of self-identity. People maintain an internal image of themselves as good, compassionate, or caring. When faced with suffering that requires effort to address, the mind may resolve the conflict by emphasizing belief over action. I am someone who cares becomes emotionally sufficient without requiring immediate behavioral change. This helps preserve self-perception while avoiding disruption. But it also creates a gap between values and behavior. Another important mechanism is perceived efficacy. If a person believes their action will not meaningfully change the outcome, motivation decreases. The brain is highly cost-sensitive. It weighs effort against expected impact. When impact feels uncertain or minimal, inaction becomes the default. Even empathy struggles against low perceived effectiveness. There is also a social layer. People often take cues from others about what deserves attention. If suffering is not socially highlighted or validated, individuals may unconsciously assume it is not urgent. Social signaling shapes moral attention more than most people realize. What others react to becomes what feels important. What others ignore becomes easier to ignore. Over time, these mechanisms create a pattern where suffering competes not only with compassion, but with practicality, identity maintenance, emotional capacity, and social context. The result is not intentional cruelty, but selective engagement. The mind does not say this does not matter. It says I cannot hold everything at once. And in that limitation, difficult choices are made about what receives attention and what gets pushed into the background of awareness. There is also a more uncomfortable truth beneath all of this. Humans are deeply sensitive to immediate, visible consequences, but far less responsive to abstract or distant harm. Suffering that interrupts daily experience demands action. Suffering that exists outside immediate reach often becomes conceptual rather than emotional, and concepts do not create the same urgency as direct experience. That gap between knowing and acting is where most ignored suffering exists, not because people lack empathy, but because empathy is constantly competing with the constraints of attention, energy, and psychological comfort in a mind that can only fully engage with a small portion of reality at any given moment. Greed is usually talked about like a moral failure. A person wanting too much, taking more than they need, refusing to share even when others suffer. And selfishness is often treated the same way, as if human beings simply choose to ignore everyone except themselves. But the deeper truth is more uncomfortable. The roots of greed and selfishness were not originally designed to destroy human societies. They evolved because, under certain conditions, they increased the chances of survival. For most of human history, resources were uncertain. Food disappeared. Weather changed. Predators existed. Illness arrived without warning. A person who failed to secure enough resources for themselves or their group could die long before morality became relevant. So the human brain adapted to scarcity, and scarcity changes psychology in powerful ways. When resources feel limited, the mind becomes hyper-focused on acquisition and protection. The brain starts treating more as safer. More food, more territory, more allies, more status, more control. Because in unstable environments, having excess increased survival odds. That ancient survival logic still exists inside modern humans, even when the environment no longer matches it. This is one reason greed can feel emotionally rewarding. Acquiring resources activates reward systems in the brain because the nervous system interprets accumulation as increased safety. Money, possessions, influence, and status all become symbolic extensions of survival security. The brain does not fully distinguish between survival value and symbolic value. That is why people can continue pursuing more long after their actual needs are met. At the same time, selfishness evolved partly because survival required self-preservation. An organism that completely ignored its own needs would not survive long enough to reproduce or protect others. So humans develop strong self-oriented instincts. Hunger, fear, competition, avoidance of loss. These are not moral flaws at the biological level. They are protective systems. The problem is that protective systems can become exaggerated in environments of abundance. In modern societies, many people no longer struggle for immediate survival, but the brain still responds as if security is fragile. This creates a mismatch between ancient instincts and current reality. Someone with enough resources to live comfortably may still feel driven to accumulate more because the nervous system rarely experiences a stable sense of enough. Enough is psychologically unstable. There is always potential future loss, and the human brain is highly sensitive to loss. In fact, psychological studies show that people often fear losing something more intensely than they value gaining the same thing. This is called loss aversion. Losing resources feels emotionally threatening because the brain interprets reduction as danger. That fear can intensify greed, especially once wealth or status becomes tied to identity. At that point, accumulation is no longer only about comfort. It becomes about emotional protection. Another evolutionary factor is social competition. Humans evolved in groups where status influenced survival and reproductive opportunity. Higher status individuals often had better access to resources, mates, alliances, and influence. So the brain became deeply sensitive to hierarchy. This means greed is not only about having more. It is also about having more relative to others. Comparison matters because status is social, not absolute. A person with immense resources can still feel insecure if someone else has more power or recognition. This creates endless psychological escalation where satisfaction keeps moving further away. The nervous system keeps scanning upward, and upward comparison rarely ends. There is also an important connection between greed and uncertainty. The more unpredictable the environment feels, economically, socially, emotionally, the stronger the impulse toward control and accumulation often becomes. Acquiring resources creates the illusion of stability in a world the brain experiences as fragile. Greed becomes anxiety management, not just desire. Selfishness operates similarly in many situations. Under stress, fear, or scarcity, humans often narrow moral focus toward themselves and those closest to them. Empathy decreases when survival systems activate strongly. The brain prioritizes immediate protection over broader ethical concern. This is why crises often reveal both extraordinary generosity and extreme selfishness at the same time. Different psychological systems compete under pressure. Humans are capable of cooperation because cooperation also evolved as a survival advantage. Groups that shared resources and protected one another often survived more effectively than isolated individuals. So human psychology contains both selfish and cooperative instincts simultaneously. The tension between them never fully disappears. Context determines which system becomes dominant. Modern culture can intensify greed by constantly stimulating comparison and dissatisfaction. Advertising, social media, and status-driven environments repeatedly signal that worth is connected to acquisition. The brain absorbs these signals and treats them as social survival information. Success becomes visually measurable, and measurable status increases psychological competition. But perhaps the darkest part of greed is how easily the mind adapts to excess. What once felt extraordinary quickly becomes normal through a process called hedonic adaptation. The emotional reward from acquisition fades over time, forcing the brain to seek larger rewards to recreate the same feeling. This creates an endless cycle. More never feels like enough for very long, and because the brain evolved for survival in uncertain conditions, it struggles to recognize genuine security even when it exists. The disturbing truth is that greed and selfishness are not foreign distortions added onto human nature. They are exaggerated expressions of ancient survival systems that once helped humans endure unpredictable environments. Systems built to avoid loss, secure resources, maintain status, protect the self. The tragedy is that in a world where survival is no longer tied to immediate scarcity for many people, those same instincts can expand far beyond necessity, turning reasonable self-preservation into endless accumulation and turning natural self-interest into indifference toward everyone outside the boundaries of personal security. People often assume intelligence protects against dangerous beliefs. The common idea is that educated, analytical, or highly rational people are less likely to fall into extremist thinking because they can evaluate evidence more carefully. But history repeatedly shows the opposite can happen. Intelligence does not make someone immune to ideology. Sometimes it makes them better at defending it. The first thing to understand is that human beings do not adopt ideologies through logic alone. Beliefs are emotional structures before they become intellectual ones. They provide meaning, certainty, identity, belonging, and moral direction. Once a belief system starts satisfying those emotional needs, the brain becomes motivated to protect it. And intelligent people are still human. In many cases, highly intelligent individuals are especially vulnerable during periods of uncertainty. People who think deeply often feel the chaos and contradictions of life more intensely. They search for patterns, explanations, and systems that make the world feel coherent. Dangerous ideologies often offer exactly that: a complete explanation, a clear enemy, a moral framework, a sense of purpose. The simplicity is psychologically seductive because reality itself is complicated and emotionally exhausting. Another reason smart people fall into extreme belief systems is because intelligence increases the ability to rationalize. A highly analytical mind can construct sophisticated explanations for almost anything once an emotional commitment already exists. Instead of questioning the ideology, intelligence becomes a tool for reinforcing it. This is called motivated reasoning. The mind unconsciously starts with the conclusion it wants to preserve, then works backward to justify it logically. From the inside, it feels objective. But the reasoning process is quietly guided by emotional attachment. That is why dangerous ideologies often contain highly intellectual language. Complex theories, historical narratives, philosophical frameworks, statistical arguments. These create the impression of depth and legitimacy while also giving followers the feeling that they understand hidden truths others cannot see. And that feeling is powerful, because humans are deeply drawn to explanations that make them feel intellectually superior or morally awakened. There is also a strong identity component. Intelligent people often build part of their self-worth around being insightful, independent, or capable of seeing beyond conventional thinking. Dangerous ideologies frequently exploit this by framing followers as enlightened individuals who understand reality more deeply than the average person. The belief system becomes tied to self-image. Questioning the ideology then feels like questioning personal intelligence itself. That creates resistance to doubt. Social belonging also matters more than most people realize. Even highly rational individuals are deeply influenced by group dynamics. If a person enters an environment where certain beliefs are rewarded socially, emotionally, or professionally, the brain gradually adapts to preserve belonging. Agreement creates connection. Doubt creates friction. Over time, the desire for social coherence can become stronger than the desire for accuracy. This is especially true in highly polarized environments where ideologies become identity-based communities rather than sets of ideas. The person is no longer just defending beliefs. They are defending relationships, reputation, and belonging. Another factor is emotional vulnerability during instability. people are more susceptible to rigid ideologies when they experience fear, humiliation, uncertainty, or social alienation. Dangerous belief systems often provide emotional relief by transforming confusion into certainty. Instead of complexity, they offer clarity. Instead of ambiguity, they offer direction. Instead of personal struggle, they offer collective purpose. The brain experiences this as psychologically stabilizing. And stability is addictive during chaos. There is also a cognitive trap called overconfidence bias. Intelligent individuals sometimes trust their reasoning abilities so strongly that they become less likely to question their own conclusions. They assume they are too informed or too rational to be manipulated. That confidence lowers defensive skepticism. Ironically, believing you are immune to influence can make you easier to influence. History provides countless examples of highly educated people supporting destructive systems. Scientists, philosophers, political thinkers, economists, and intellectuals have all participated in or justified dangerous ideologies at different points in history. Their intelligence did not prevent moral blindness. In some cases, it amplified it by providing elegant justifications for harmful beliefs, because intelligence and wisdom are not the same thing. Intelligence increases problem-solving ability. Wisdom requires emotional awareness, humility, and the ability to tolerate uncertainty. And uncertainty is something dangerous ideologies aggressively eliminate. One of the strongest psychological pulls of ideology is moral certainty. Humans feel safer when they believe the world can be divided clearly into good and evil, right and wrong, us and them. Complex moral ambiguity creates emotional discomfort because it forces constant reevaluation. Ideologies remove that burden. They simplify reality into stable narratives. The follower no longer has to navigate uncertainty alone. The ideology interprets the world for them. That reduction in cognitive and emotional strain feels relieving. Modern information systems intensify this process. Algorithms reward emotionally charged content, group polarization, and certainty-based narratives. Intelligent people are not protected from emotional reinforcement loops. Repeated exposure to one-sided information gradually reshapes perception regardless of intellectual ability. The brain adapts to repetition, and repeated certainty becomes psychologically convincing. At the deepest level, dangerous ideologies succeed because they align with core human needs: meaning, identity, direction, moral purpose, protection from uncertainty. Intelligence changes the form those needs take, but it does not remove them. In fact, the more complex a mind becomes, the more intensely it may search for systems capable of organizing that complexity into something emotionally manageable. That is why smart people can fall for dangerous ideologies, not because they stop thinking, but because human beings do not think with logic alone. They think with fear, hope, identity, belonging, and a deep psychological hunger for certainty in a world that rarely provides it. Obsession does not usually feel dangerous in the beginning. It feels exciting, intense attention, constant thinking, emotional fixation that makes another person, goal, or idea feel overwhelmingly important. The mind becomes energized by focus. Everything feels sharper, more emotionally charged, more meaningful. Many people even mistake obsession for love, passion, or destiny because of how powerful it feels internally. But obsession is not the same as connection. It is attachment amplified beyond balance. And when that amplification grows unchecked, possession often follows. The psychology behind obsession begins with the brain's reward system. When something triggers strong emotional stimulation, especially unpredictably, the The brain releases dopamine, the neurotransmitter heavily involved in motivation and pursuit. Contrary to popular belief, dopamine is not mainly about pleasure. It is about anticipation, wanting, seeking, chasing. That distinction matters because obsession thrives on incomplete emotional resolution. The mind becomes trapped in a loop where attention itself feels rewarding. Every interaction, every message, every sign of approval reinforces the fixation. And because the reward is inconsistent, the attachment often becomes even stronger. This is called intermittent reinforcement, the same mechanism that makes gambling addictive. Uncertainty intensifies emotional pursuit because the brain keeps expecting the next emotional reward. That is why obsession often grows strongest in unstable or emotionally complicated situations. The unpredictability keeps the nervous system activated. Instead of creating calm attachment, the relationship becomes psychologically consuming. And once something becomes emotionally consuming, perspective starts narrowing. The obsessed mind begins reorganizing reality around the object of fixation. Attention becomes selective. Other priorities weaken. Thoughts return repeatedly to the same person or idea even when the individual tries to focus elsewhere. The brain starts treating the fixation as central to emotional survival. That is where possession begins emerging, because obsession is deeply connected to fear of loss. At first, the person may simply crave closeness or reassurance. But underneath that craving is anxiety. The mind starts interpreting distance, independence, or uncertainty as emotional threat. And when threat enters attachment, control impulses often appear. Not always openly, sometimes subtly. Constant checking, needing reassurance, monitoring behavior, feeling disturbed when attention shifts elsewhere, interpreting independence as rejection. The person may not think they want control, but psychologically they are trying to reduce uncertainty, and uncertainty feels unbearable in obsession. There is also an identity component. Obsession often becomes strongest when someone feels emotionally incomplete, unstable, or disconnected from themselves. The fixation temporarily fills that instability by providing direction and emotional intensity. Another person becomes the center of meaning, regulation, and self-worth. In that state, losing the attachment feels like losing part of the self. That is why obsession can feel physically painful when threatened. The brain processes emotional rejection using many of the same neural systems involved in physical pain. Separation from the object of obsession can trigger anxiety, panic, intrusive thoughts, and emotional withdrawal symptoms similar to addiction. Because psychologically, it functions very similarly. The brain has learned to depend on the attachment for emotional regulation. Another dangerous aspect is idealization. The obsessed mind often stops seeing the other person realistically. Instead, it projects emotional significance onto them. Flaws become minimized. Contradictions get ignored. The person becomes symbolic rather than human. They represent fulfillment, security, completion, salvation from loneliness or emptiness. And when someone becomes symbolic instead of real, possession becomes easier to justify internally. Because the attachment no longer feels optional. It feels necessary. This is where obsession can become destructive. The person may start believing their emotional intensity proves the depth of the connection. But intensity is not the same as intimacy. In healthy attachment, there is emotional closeness alongside respect for autonomy. In obsession, autonomy begins feeling threatening because independence creates uncertainty. The obsessed mind wants permanence, predictability, exclusive emotional access, And when reality cannot provide those things completely, frustration grows. There is also a social and cultural layer that complicates this further. Many stories romanticize obsessive behavior as evidence of true love. Constant pursuit, inability to let go, emotional dependency, jealousy framed as passion. These narratives blur the line between devotion and psychological fixation. So people sometimes normalize behaviors that are actually rooted in fear and instability, not connection. Another important factor is emotional deprivation. Individuals who lacked consistent emotional security earlier in life may become more vulnerable to obsessive attachment patterns later. When the nervous system has experienced unpredictability, abandonment, or inconsistent affection, intense attachment can feel both terrifying and irresistible at the same time. The mind clings harder because it fears losing connection more deeply. This creates a paradox where love becomes mixed with anxiety, and anxiety pushes the brain toward control. At its darkest point, possession emerges fully when the obsessed person stops recognizing the emotional boundaries of the other individual. Their own need for certainty becomes more psychologically important than the autonomy of the other person. The attachment shifts from wanting connection to needing ownership over emotional access. That is when obsession stops being internal suffering alone and begins threatening others. But the disturbing truth underneath all of this is deeply human. Obsession and possession are exaggerated versions of natural attachment systems. The desire for closeness, reassurance, exclusivity, and emotional significance exists in almost everyone. The difference is balance. When identity becomes unstable, emotional regulation becomes dependent, and fear overwhelms perspective, attachment can intensify into fixation, and fixation slowly transforms another human being from a person into a psychological necessity, something the mind no longer feels it can safely live without. Toxic relationships rarely feel toxic in the beginning. They feel intense, emotionally overwhelming, passionate, unpredictable. The connection feels powerful in a way calm relationships often do not. There are emotional highs that feel unforgettable and moments of closeness so strong they create the illusion of deep understanding. And because the human brain often confuses intensity with meaning, many people mistake emotional instability for love itself. That confusion is where romanticization begins. The human nervous system is highly sensitive to emotional contrast. When affection and pain exist in the same relationship, the emotional highs feel amplified because they arrive after emotional lows. Relief becomes emotionally intoxicating. A simple moment of reassurance after conflict can feel disproportionately meaningful because the brain experiences it as the end of emotional threat. This creates a cycle known as intermittent reinforcement, the same psychological mechanism behind addiction. Unpredictable reward strengthens attachment more powerfully than consistent reward because the brain keeps anticipating the next emotional high. The uncertainty itself becomes stimulating. The person starts chasing moments of closeness, not because the relationship is stable, but because emotional relief feels euphoric after distress. And over time, the mind begins associating instability with passion. Another major factor is attachment psychology. People who experienced inconsistent emotional security earlier in life often become more sensitive to unpredictable relationship dynamics later. If love was mixed with anxiety, criticism, emotional distance, or instability during formative experiences, the nervous system may unconsciously interpret those patterns as familiar. And familiarity feels emotionally convincing, even when it hurts. This is one reason healthy relationships can initially feel boring or emotionally flat to someone accustomed to chaos. Stability does not activate the same intense emotional spikes. The nervous system mistakes calmness for lack of depth because it has learned to associate love with emotional unpredictability. So toxic dynamics can feel emotionally alive in ways healthier dynamics do not. There is also a strong identity component. Toxic relationships often create emotional dependency by making validation inconsistent. The person becomes increasingly focused on earning affection, reassurance, or approval. This pursuit gradually ties self-worth to the relationship itself. The emotional question shifts from "do I love this person" to "can I finally feel chosen by this person?" That distinction matters, because now the relationship is not just about connection. It becomes about personal validation. The brain becomes obsessed with resolving emotional uncertainty. Every small sign of affection feels meaningful because it temporarily quiets insecurity. And the harder the approval becomes to obtain, the more psychologically valuable it can feel. Scarcity increases perceived emotional worth. Another reason humans romanticize toxic relationships is narrative culture. Movies, books, music, and social media often glorify emotional suffering as proof of true love. Jealousy becomes passion. Possessiveness becomes devotion. Emotional obsession becomes destiny. Relationships filled with conflict are portrayed as more meaningful because they appear emotionally dramatic. Calm love rarely gets romanticized the same way, so people unconsciously absorb the idea that suffering and love naturally belong together. This creates dangerous emotional confusion. Pain starts feeling like evidence of depth rather than warning. Emotional exhaustion gets reframed as commitment. Constant conflict becomes interpreted as intense connection instead of incompatibility or instability. And because the emotional highs feel real, people struggle to trust the lows. Another important psychological mechanism is cognitive dissonance. When someone invests heavily into a painful relationship, emotionally, mentally, socially, sometimes even financially, the brain experiences discomfort admitting the relationship is unhealthy. Accepting that truth would mean confronting wasted effort, emotional vulnerability, and painful reality. So the mind begins reframing the suffering. Every relationship has problems. They are just misunderstood. Things will improve eventually. The emotional investment itself increases attachment because the brain wants the pain to mean something. The more someone sacrifices, the harder it becomes to let go. Trauma bonding can deepen this even further. When emotional harm and emotional comfort come from the same person, the nervous system forms a confusing attachment loop. Fear and relief become psychologically linked. The person causing distress also becomes the source of temporary safety. That dynamic creates powerful dependency, because the mind starts seeking comfort from the same environment creating the pain. From the outside, this can look irrational, but internally, it often feels emotionally logical because the nervous system becomes conditioned to the cycle. Another disturbing aspect is how toxic relationships can temporarily protect people from deeper internal issues. Constant emotional drama creates distraction. The person becomes consumed by managing the relationship, analyzing interactions, seeking reassurance, repairing conflict. This leaves less space to confront loneliness, insecurity, identity confusion, or unresolved emotional wounds unrelated to the relationship itself. Chaos becomes psychologically absorbing, and absorption can feel safer than stillness. At the deepest level, humans romanticize toxic relationships because the brain is not naturally optimized for healthy love. It is optimized for attachment, survival, emotional learning, and pattern recognition. If instability becomes emotionally familiar, the mind may interpret it as meaningful rather than dangerous. Especially when intensity keeps producing moments of temporary emotional relief. The tragedy is that many people do not realize they are attached to the cycle itself, not just the person. The unpredictability, longing, reconciliation, and emotional extremes become psychologically intertwined with their understanding of love. So letting go does not just feel like losing a relationship. It feels like losing emotional intensity, identity, hope, and the possibility that all the suffering might finally turn into the love they imagined from the beginning. And that hope can keep people emotionally trapped far longer than logic ever could. Social media did not invent human darkness. It learned how to monetize it. The platforms themselves are not emotional beings. They do not hate people, envy people, or consciously manipulate morality in the way humans do. But they are built around one objective above everything else: attention. And the fastest way to capture human attention is not peace, balance, or emotional stability. It is fear, outrage, comparison, conflict, desire. The darker and more emotionally charged the reaction, the longer people stay engaged. And over time, social media systems learn something disturbing about human psychology. The mind is far more reactive to emotional intensity than emotional health. That is why the most extreme content spreads fastest. The human brain evolved in environments where paying attention to threat was necessary for survival. Dangerous information mattered more than calm information because ignoring danger carried consequences. Social media exploits this ancient survival wiring perfectly. Every notification, controversy, scandal, humiliation, and emotional conflict activates systems designed to prioritize urgency. The brain interprets emotional stimulation as importance, even when the stimulation is harmful. One of the strongest instincts social media exploits is comparison. Humans constantly evaluate themselves relative to others. Status, attractiveness, success, influence, belonging. In small tribal environments, this helped individuals understand their social position. But social media expanded comparison beyond anything the human nervous system was designed to handle. Now people compare themselves to thousands of curated lives every day, and the brain does not naturally process curation. It processes exposure. So even when someone logically knows images are filtered, selective, or performative, the emotional system still reacts as if those lives represent reality. This creates chronic dissatisfaction because the mind keeps measuring itself against exaggerated standards, and dissatisfaction drives engagement. A person who feels incomplete keeps scrolling. Another instinct social media exploits is tribalism. Humans are deeply wired for us versus them thinking, because group belonging historically increased survival. Platforms amplify this by rewarding emotionally charged identity conflict. Content that triggers outrage toward opposing groups spreads rapidly because it activates both anger and belonging at the same time. People feel morally energized while also socially connected. That combination is psychologically addictive. Over time, algorithms learn which emotional triggers keep individuals engaged longest. The system gradually feeds users more emotionally activating content, not because it is true or healthy, but because emotional intensity increases interaction. The result is psychological amplification. Fear becomes more visible. Anger becomes more frequent. Nuance becomes less rewarding. And once emotional polarization increases, people become easier to manipulate because emotional thinking narrows perception. The brain shifts into reactive processing instead of reflective thinking. Social media also exploits validation hunger. Human beings are highly sensitive to social approval because acceptance historically affected survival. Likes, comments, shares, and follower counts transform social validation into measurable data. Attention becomes quantifiable. And once something becomes measurable, the brain starts chasing it. Every notification creates a small anticipation response in the reward system. Not always pleasure, but possibility. Maybe someone noticed. Maybe someone approved. Maybe status increased slightly. The unpredictability of these rewards strengthens the attachment even more, because uncertain rewards stimulate dopamine systems intensely. The same principle used in slot machines. This gradually reshapes behavior. People begin curating identity not around authenticity, but around engagement. Emotional expression becomes performance optimized. Outrage becomes exaggerated because outrage spreads. Vulnerability becomes strategic because emotional reactions generate visibility. The line between genuine self-expression and attention-seeking slowly dissolves. Another dark instinct social media exploits is voyeurism towards suffering and humiliation. Humans are naturally drawn to emotionally intense social information, especially involving conflict, downfall, or scandal. Platforms amplify this because public humiliation generates massive engagement. The brain struggles to look away from social destruction, partly because it interprets social collapse as important survival information, so people consume humiliation while simultaneously feeling disturbed by it. The emotional contradiction keeps attention locked. Fear is exploited constantly as well. Fear-based content spreads faster because the nervous system prioritizes potential threats automatically. Whether political panic, social outrage, economic anxiety, or personal insecurity, fear increases vigilance and vigilance increases screen time. A calm mind disengages more easily. An anxious mind keeps checking. And over time, constant emotional activation changes psychology itself. Attention spans weaken. Emotional regulation decreases. Comparison becomes automatic. Identity becomes externally dependent. Many people begin experiencing reality less directly and more through how it appears socially. The self becomes performative. Experiences become content. Emotions become signals for engagement. There is also a subtle erosion of empathy. Constant exposure to conflict, tragedy, outrage, and humiliation can desensitize emotional response systems. The brain adapts to repeated stimulation by reducing sensitivity. What once felt shocking starts feeling normal. This creates emotional fatigue alongside emotional dependency. People become overwhelmed yet unable to disconnect, because the same systems exhausting the mind are also feeding psychological needs for stimulation, belonging, validation, and distraction. That is the real danger. Social media does not force darkness into humanity. It magnifies instincts that already exist. Comparison, tribalism, validation hunger, fear status obsession, outrage. And because algorithms optimize for engagement rather than well-being, the system naturally rewards whatever keeps the human nervous system emotionally activated longest. Even if that activation slowly damages attention, identity, emotional stability, and perception of reality itself. The disturbing truth is that social media understands something ancient about the human brain. A mind searching for survival will always react faster to emotional intensity than emotional peace, and the platforms learned how to turn that reaction into an endless machine. Most people think conversation is mainly about communication, exchanging ideas, sharing information, connecting with other people. But underneath all of that, conversation is also about something far more psychological: control. Not always in a manipulative or malicious sense, but in a deeply human sense. Every conversation contains invisible dynamics involving status, attention, validation, influence, and emotional positioning. And because humans are social creatures, the brain constantly tracks those dynamics automatically. That is why controlling conversations can feel secretly satisfying. It creates a sense of psychological stability. One of the biggest reasons people enjoy controlling conversations is because attention itself feels rewarding. Human beings are wired to respond to social recognition. For most of evolutionary history, being noticed by the group mattered. Attention often meant status, inclusion, protection, and influence. So when someone directs a conversation successfully, keeps others engaged, or becomes the center of focus, the brain interprets it as socially meaningful. Not just communication, validation. This is why some people instinctively redirect conversations back toward themselves. They may not consciously intend to dominate, but attention toward the self can feel emotionally regulating. It reassures identity. It reduces insecurity. It creates the feeling of existing visibly in the social environment. And the nervous system likes that feeling. There is also a strong connection between conversational control and uncertainty reduction. Conversations are unpredictable. Other people may challenge opinions, expose insecurities, shift emotional dynamics, or introduce discomfort. By controlling the direction of the interaction, people reduce unpredictability. Control creates psychological safety. That is why some individuals interrupt frequently, over-explain, change topics strategically, or dominate speaking time. The behavior is often less about arrogance and more about managing anxiety or maintaining emotional positioning. If they guide the interaction, they feel less vulnerable inside it. Another important factor is status negotiation. Human beings constantly signal social positioning through conversation. Who speaks confidently? Who gets interrupted? Who receives attention? Who frames the topic? Who others listen to most carefully? These signals matter more to the brain than most people realize. Even subtle conversational dominance can create feelings of competence or superiority. Leading discussions, correcting others, making people laugh, or steering emotional tone all reinforce a sense of influence within the group. And influence feels rewarding because social power historically increased survival and security. There is also an identity component. Many people unconsciously use conversation to maintain the version of themselves they want others to see: intelligent, funny, experienced, morally aware, interesting, strong. By guiding topics and controlling emotional framing, they reduce the risk of appearing weak, uninformed, or insignificant. The conversation becomes identity management, not just interaction. This is especially noticeable when people avoid topics that threaten self-image while enthusiastically steering discussions toward areas where they feel competent or admired. The brain naturally protects identity by seeking conversational territory where validation is more likely. Another reason controlling conversations feels good is because humans crave predictability in social environments. Social interactions require constant interpretation of facial expressions, tone, reactions, and implied meaning. That processing consumes mental energy. Taking control of the conversation reduces cognitive uncertainty because the person becomes the one setting the rhythm. The mind relaxes when it feels socially oriented instead of socially reactive. There is also a subtle emotional aspect involving power. Conversation is one of the safest socially acceptable forms of influence available in everyday life. Most people do not have major institutional or physical power over others, but nearly everyone can experience moments of conversational power, guiding emotional tone, holding attention, interrupting flow, framing meaning, directing focus. These small forms of influence create temporary feelings of control in a world where many people feel psychologically overwhelmed or uncertain. That is why some individuals become highly uncomfortable when they cannot direct conversations. Losing control of the interaction can trigger feelings of invisibility, irrelevance, or vulnerability. The emotional reaction is often much deeper than the surface situation suggests, because the conversation is not only about words, it is about social existence. Modern environments amplify this instinct even further. Social media, podcasts, streaming culture, and online debate spaces reward attention control constantly. People become psychologically conditioned to associate speaking dominance with value. The louder voice, faster response, or stronger emotional framing often receives more visibility. So conversational control starts feeling tied to personal worth. There is also an important difference between healthy conversational leadership and compulsive control. Healthy leadership creates flow and engagement while still allowing mutual presence. Compulsive control suppresses uncertainty by constantly redirecting attention back toward the self or toward emotionally safer territory. The difference is not volume, it is flexibility. A secure person can tolerate moments where they are not controlling the interaction. An insecure mind often experiences those moments as psychologically uncomfortable because attention and influence feel tied to emotional stability. And perhaps the deepest reason humans secretly enjoy controlling conversations is this. Conversation is one of the primary ways humans experience social reality itself. Through conversation, people establish identity, belonging, hierarchy, emotional connection, and meaning. To control conversation, even subtly, is to temporarily shape the social world around oneself. And shaping the social world creates the feeling of agency, the feeling that one's presence matters. That one is not invisible inside the group, which is why conversational control can feel so emotionally satisfying, even when people never consciously admit they are seeking it in the first place. Most people think dehumanization is something extreme people do. Dictators, violent groups, historical monsters. It feels distant from ordinary life because the word itself sounds severe. But the unsettling truth is that the human tendency to dehumanize others exists in subtle forms, almost everywhere. And it begins much earlier than open hatred. At its core, dehumanization is a psychological shortcut. The brain reduces another person from a full human being with emotions, complexity, and inner experience into something simpler. A category, a symbol, a problem, a stereotype. Once that reduction happens, empathy weakens automatically. Because empathy depends on emotional recognition. The human mind naturally struggles to hold deep emotional awareness for large numbers of people or for individuals it psychologically classifies as distant. This is partly a survival adaptation. Early humans lived in small groups where emotional energy was focused mainly on close social circles. Outsiders were often unknown, unpredictable, or potentially dangerous. That ancient wiring still exists, which means the brain instinctively creates boundaries between us and them. Once someone is mentally placed into the them category, perception subtly changes. Their pain feels less immediate. Their individuality becomes less visible. The mind starts interpreting them more through group identity than personal humanity. This does not usually feel cruel from the inside. It feels efficient. That is what makes dehumanization so dangerous. One of the main psychological mechanisms behind it is categorization. The brain constantly simplifies information because reality is too complex to process fully in real time, so people become labels. Political opponents, strangers, immigrants, criminals, rich people, poor people, different religions, different races, different ideologies. The label slowly replaces the person. And once people are perceived primarily through labels, nuance begins disappearing. Another important factor is emotional distance. Humans empathize most strongly with suffering that feels personal, familiar, or visually immediate. But when suffering feels abstract or socially distant, emotional intensity decreases sharply. The brain processes distant groups more conceptually than emotionally. This creates moral imbalance. A person may deeply care about suffering inside their close circle while remaining emotionally detached from suffering affecting thousands outside it. Not necessarily because they are heartless, but because the brain was not built to emotionally process all human pain equally. Fear intensifies this tendency dramatically. When people feel threatened, whether physically, economically, culturally, or socially, the mind becomes more tribal and defensive. Under threat, the brain prioritizes protection over empathy. Outsiders become easier to reduce into simplified threats because complexity slows decision-making. And fear wants certainty. That is why dehumanizing language often increases during social instability. Groups are described as animals, parasites, invaders, machines, or diseases. These metaphors psychologically separate them from ordinary human status. Once that separation happens, aggression feels more justifiable because the target no longer feels fully human in the emotional sense. Language changes perception, and perception changes morality. History repeatedly shows how ordinary people can participate in cruelty once dehumanization becomes normalized socially. Most large-scale violence does not begin with people seeing others as human beings exactly like themselves. It begins with psychological distancing, a slow reduction of empathy through repetition, fear, and group identity. But dehumanization is not limited to large historical events. It appears constantly in everyday life. Online arguments where strangers become profile pictures instead of people. Workplace environments where employees become productivity units. Social judgment where individuals are reduced to a single mistake or identity trait. Even casual humiliation often depends on temporary dehumanization. The mind stops imagining the full emotional reality of the other person. Modern technology amplifies this process. Social media exposes people to massive numbers of strangers without the emotional cues that normally strengthen empathy, tone of voice, facial expression, physical presence. This makes psychological distancing easier. It is simpler to insult, mock, dismiss, or attack someone when they exist mainly as text on a screen. The emotional systems that regulate empathy become weaker in abstract environments. Another disturbing aspect is moral self-protection. Humans want to see themselves as good people, so when harming or dismissing others becomes necessary for personal, political, or social goals, the mind often unconsciously reduces the humanity of those affected. It is easier to justify harm when the target feels emotionally simplified. This is why even compassionate individuals can participate in systems that produce suffering while still maintaining a positive self-image. The psychological distance protects identity from moral discomfort. There is also a cognitive efficiency element. Fully recognizing every person as deeply human is emotionally exhausting. It requires emotional energy, perspective taking, and moral attention. The brain often conserves energy by simplifying social perception automatically. The problem is that simplification easily becomes dehumanization when empathy drops too far. At the deepest level, the tendency to dehumanize others comes from the same mental systems that help humans navigate complex social worlds efficiently. Categorization, tribalism, threat detection, identity protection, emotional limitation. These systems evolved for survival, not universal compassion, which means the capacity for dehumanization is not limited to a few dangerous individuals. It exists quietly inside ordinary psychology, waiting for the right combination of fear, distance, anger, ideology, or social reinforcement to activate it. And that is what makes it disturbing. Not that some humans are capable of dehumanizing others, but that almost all humans are, under the right conditions, far more capable of it than they want to believe. Loneliness is often misunderstood as simply being alone. But psychologically, loneliness is something much deeper. It is the experience of emotional disconnection, combined with the feeling that meaningful connection is either missing, unreachable, or unstable. A person can be surrounded by people and still feel profoundly lonely because loneliness is not about physical presence. It is about emotional belonging. And when that belonging disappears for long enough, the mind starts changing in ways most people never expect. The human brain evolved for social survival. For most of history, isolation was dangerous. Being disconnected from the group increased vulnerability to predators, starvation, conflict, and death. So the nervous system developed powerful mechanisms that push humans toward connection. Loneliness is one of those mechanisms. It is not just sadness. It is a psychological alarm system. The problem is that when loneliness becomes chronic, the alarm system stops guiding behavior clearly and starts distorting perception instead. One of the first changes happens in attention. Lonely people become more sensitive to signs of rejection, exclusion, or disinterest. The brain shifts into a kind of social threat detection mode. Neutral interactions begin feeling emotionally loaded because the mind is constantly scanning for evidence of disconnection. A delayed reply feels intentional. A distracted tone feels personal. Silence feels meaningful. The brain interprets ambiguity through fear because loneliness increases emotional vigilance. This creates a painful paradox. The lonely person often craves connection intensely while simultaneously becoming more anxious about social interactions. That anxiety changes behavior subtly. They may withdraw more, overanalyze conversations, hesitate to reach out, or become emotionally defensive. And those behaviors can accidentally create more distance. The mind starts participating in the isolation it desperately wants to escape. Another major effect of loneliness is cognitive narrowing. Human thinking becomes less flexible under chronic emotional isolation. The brain spends more energy focused on unmet social needs and perceived emotional threats. Rumination increases. Thoughts loop repeatedly around rejection, inadequacy, abandonment, or comparison. This can distort self-perception over time. Instead of seeing loneliness as a temporary emotional condition, the person may begin interpreting it as evidence about their identity. Something must be wrong with me. I am forgettable. I do not matter to people. These thoughts feel emotionally convincing because loneliness changes how the brain processes social information. Negative interpretations gain more psychological weight. There is also a biological component. Chronic loneliness increases stress responses in the nervous system. Cortisol levels can remain elevated for long periods, which affects mood, sleep, emotional regulation, and even physical health. The brain becomes more reactive and less emotionally resilient. A lonely mind often becomes a tired mind, and emotional exhaustion weakens perspective. Another dangerous effect is idealization of connection. When someone feels emotionally deprived for a long time, the mind may begin exaggerating the emotional significance of potential relationships. Small moments of attention can feel overwhelmingly meaningful because the nervous system is starved for connection. This makes people more vulnerable to unhealthy attachments, manipulation, or obsession. The emotional hunger itself changes judgment. Loneliness also reshapes perception of the world socially. Other people may begin appearing more connected, happier, or emotionally fulfilled than they actually are. The lonely person compares their internal emptiness to the external presentation of others, creating the illusion that everyone else belongs somewhere emotionally except them. This intensifies alienation, and modern environments amplify this dramatically. Social media exposes people to endless images of friendship, romance, success, and social belonging. Even when those images are curated or incomplete, the brain processes them emotionally. Comparison becomes constant. The lonely mind keeps collecting evidence of exclusion. There is also a subtle identity shift that can happen over time. Humans partly understand themselves through relationships. Conversations, shared experiences, emotional feedback, and social roles help stabilize identity. Without enough meaningful interaction, self-perception can become unstable. The person begins losing the sense of being emotionally witnessed. And without emotional witnessing, reality itself can start feeling strange or detached. This is why chronic loneliness sometimes leads to distorted thinking patterns. Not necessarily delusion, but exaggerated interpretation, mistrust, emotional dependency, or hopelessness. The brain becomes trapped inside its own internal feedback loops without enough external grounding to interrupt them. Thoughts become louder when there are fewer emotionally meaningful interactions to balance them. Another disturbing aspect is how loneliness can reduce empathy while simultaneously increasing emotional sensitivity. A chronically isolated person may become so consumed by unmet emotional needs that perspective narrows toward personal pain. Other people start feeling emotionally distant or difficult to fully connect with. Isolation weakens social fluidity over time, and because humans are deeply adaptive, the brain may eventually stop expecting connection entirely as a form of self-protection. Hope decreases because hope without fulfillment becomes painful. Emotional numbness can replace longing. That numbness is not peace. It is defensive shutdown. At its deepest level, loneliness twists human thinking because the human mind was never designed to function in prolonged emotional isolation. The brain depends on connection not only for comfort, but for regulation, perspective, identity stability, and emotional balance. Without enough meaningful connection, perception itself starts bending under the weight of unmet social need. The world feels colder. The self feels smaller, and the mind slowly begins interpreting reality through the emotional logic of disconnection instead of the broader reality that still exists beyond it. Most human fears have a visible object: failure, rejection, pain, death. But beneath many of those fears is something even deeper and harder to describe. A fear that life itself may not ultimately contain the meaning people desperately want it to have. Not just temporary sadness or confusion, but the terrifying possibility that existence may be fragile, directionless, and indifferent underneath all the structures humans build around it. This is the fear of meaninglessness. And when it becomes intense enough, It can trigger what feels like existential collapse. Existential collapse happens when the mental frameworks that normally organize reality begin losing emotional stability. The routines, goals, identities, beliefs, and relationships that once created direction stop feeling psychologically solid. A person may still function externally while internally experiencing a growing sense that everything feels strangely empty or unreal. That feeling is profoundly destabilizing because the human mind depends heavily on meaning structures. Humans do not just survive through biology. They survive psychologically through narrative. People need to feel that their actions matter, that suffering has context, that effort leads somewhere, that identity has continuity, and that existence is connected to something larger than random experience. Meaning acts like emotional gravity. It holds psychological reality together. When that gravity weakens, the mind struggles to orient itself. One reason this fear becomes so powerful is because humans are uniquely aware of mortality. Unlike most animals, people can imagine the future abstractly and understand that life eventually ends. That awareness creates psychological tension. The brain simultaneously wants permanence while knowing everything is temporary. Meaning helps resolve that tension. It transforms temporary existence into something emotionally tolerable. Career, family, religion, legacy, love, achievement, purpose. These become structures that protect the mind from confronting existential uncertainty directly. But when those structures crack, existential anxiety rises rapidly. This often happens during major life disruptions, loss of identity, death of a loved one, failure of long-held goals, isolation, trauma, sudden awareness of aging. The person is forced to confront how unstable many psychological foundations actually are. And once stability feels uncertain, deeper questions emerge. Why am I doing any of this? What actually matters? Would anything remain meaningful if everything eventually disappears? The brain struggles with these questions because human consciousness seeks resolution, but existence rarely provides clear answers. That unresolved tension can create intense psychological discomfort. The mind wants certainty while confronting realities that may not offer it. This is where existential collapse begins forming. One of the most disturbing aspects is emotional detachment. Activities that once felt important can suddenly feel hollow. Success loses emotional weight. Social routines feel performative. Even pleasure can start feeling disconnected from deeper fulfillment. The person may continue functioning outwardly while internally questioning the meaning behind every action. This creates a strange form of psychological disorientation. Reality still exists, but emotional investment weakens. Another important factor is cognitive overload. Humans constantly construct meaning through interpretation. Every memory, relationship, and goal gets organized into internal narratives. But when existential fear intensifies, those narratives begin feeling arbitrary. The person becomes hyper-aware that many social systems, identities, and values are human constructions rather than objective truths. That awareness can feel psychologically destabilizing, because once everything appears constructed, certainty becomes difficult to maintain. There is also a biological component. The brain evolved primarily for survival and reproduction, not for comfortably processing abstract existential awareness. Consciousness expanded faster than emotional systems fully adapted to manage it. Humans became intelligent enough to question existence itself while still carrying emotional systems rooted in survival instincts. That creates internal conflict. The mind searches for permanent meaning in a universe that often appears indifferent. And indifference is psychologically difficult for humans to tolerate. This is one reason people gravitate toward belief systems that provide existential structure. Religion, ideology, nationalism, personal missions, artistic identity, even obsessive ambition. These systems do more than organize behavior. They protect the mind from existential fragmentation by creating coherence. Coherence feels emotionally stabilizing. Without it, the world can start feeling chaotic and emotionally unanchored. Modern life intensifies this fear in subtle ways. Constant comparison, overstimulation, fragmented attention, and weakened community structures often reduce deeper experiences of meaning. People become flooded with distraction while remaining emotionally disconnected from purpose. The mind stays busy but not fulfilled, and business can temporarily suppress existential fear without resolving it. Another disturbing truth is that humans often fear meaninglessness more than suffering itself. Suffering becomes psychologically tolerable when it feels connected to purpose. People can endure extraordinary pain if they believe it matters. But meaningless suffering feels unbearable because it provides no emotional structure for endurance. Meaning transforms pain into sacrifice. Without meaning, pain becomes empty. At its deepest level, existential collapse happens when the human mind loses confidence in the narratives that normally hold emotional reality together. The person is no longer simply afraid of failure or death. They are afraid that nothing underneath existence can permanently justify the struggle at all. And because humans instinctively seek coherence, purpose, and continuity, the possibility of meaninglessness can feel less like an abstract philosophical question and more like psychological free fall. A collapse not only of belief, but of orientation itself. The terrifying feeling that the structures once holding reality together may have been fragile stories all along, and that beneath them is a silence the human mind was never fully designed to face comfortably.